Good evening and welcome to the Monday, March 14th, 2022 open session meeting of the Kent County Public Schools Board of Education. The first item on the agenda is the approval of the agenda. Do we have a motion to approve the agenda?
I wanted to make a request to add an item to the agenda for tonight. I wanted to see if we could include a presentation on Emma Miller that Karen Somerville is planning on making tonight.
Okay. Let me just look here.
But we were already doing that.
No.
They want to put her as an agenda item.
Oh,
Okay, so,
I would suggest we put it after, in reports under B, after KCTA.
Okay? B.
okay, so we do have a motion by Dr. Costa. Do you want to rescind that
Yes.
motion?
Can I ask one?
to
Please.
Or amend it.
include
Or
her
amend it.
amendment.
This was an oversight on my end. Are we can talk about this later, but adding the Citizens Advisory Committee, is that supposed, I thought we talked about discussing making that also a separate.
Trish and I were going to
Okay, just putting a
talk
report.
about it during board discussion.
Okay, never mind. I thought, maybe that's something I dreamed.
Okay, so we have a motion, an amended motion to honor Ms. Sullivan's request to add Ms. Karen Somerville to the, after the KCTA,
6B.
6B would be the new number. Dr. Costa, are you okay with that?
Yes.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. Any further comment, question, discussion? Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second by Ms. Sullivan. Hearing no additional comments, so I put that beforehand. We'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes, and we'll add Ms. Somerville to the agenda.
Thank you.
The next item on the agenda is, bear with me so I can get up there, is to move into closed session. The Kent County Public Schools Board of Education members, this board, Dr. Karen Couch, the superintendent, Mr. Dan Hushin, supervisor of human resources, and Gail Manley, executive assistant to the superintendent, will move to closed session under General Provisions Article 3-305B to discuss the appointment, employment, assignment, promotion, discipline, demotion, compensation, removal, resignation, or performance evaluation of appointees, employees, or officials over whom this public body has jurisdiction, as well as any other personnel matter that affects one or more specific individuals. Also, to conduct collective bargaining negotiations or consider matters that relate to those negotiations. Do we have a motion to move into closed session?
I move that we go into closed session.
We have a motion by Mr. Johnson. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second by Ms. Sullivan. Any further comments or questions? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes. We'll move into closed session and be back at approximately 6:30 PM. Thank you. Good evening and welcome to the March 14th, 2022 open session again for the Kent County Public Schools Board of Education. Before I report on closed session, I just want to make a comment. Prior to going into closed session, the agenda was amended to include a presentation by Ms. Karen Somerville, and that is 6B, which would be right after the Kent County Teachers Association presentation. So I just wanted to make note of that. The next item on the agenda is reporting on closed session. The Kent County Public Schools Board of Education members, this board, Dr. Karen Couch, the superintendent, Mr. Dan Hushin, supervisor of human resources, and Gail Manley, executive assistant to the superintendent, met in closed session under General Provisions Article 3-305B to discuss the appointment, employment, assignment, promotion, discipline, demotion, compensation, removal, resignation, or performance evaluation of appointees, employees, or officials over whom this public body has jurisdiction, as well as any other personnel matter that affects one or more specific individuals, as well as to conduct collective bargaining negotiations or consider matters that relate to those negotiations. This session was for information and discussion purposes only. No action was taken. Personnel actions will be voted upon by this board after the superintendent's portion of the meeting. The next item on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Buckle, would you kindly lead us? Thank you. Allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is the approval of the minutes for February 14th, 2022. These are the open session meeting minutes. Do we have a motion to approve the minutes as presented?
I move that we approve the minutes as presented.
We have a motion by Mr. Johnson. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a second by Ms. McGee. Any further comments, questions? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is the approval of the minutes for the February 24th, 2022 open session meeting. Do we have a motion to approve the minutes as presented?
I move that we approve the minutes of the February 24th, 2022 open session meeting.
Mr. Johnson has the motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Sullivan. Any further comments, questions? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes. The next minutes for approval are the March 7th, 2022 special board meeting. The administration is recommending approval of these minutes. Do we have a motion to do so?
I move that we approve the minutes from the March 7th, 2022 special board meeting.
We have a motion by Mr. Johnson. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a second by Ms. McGee. Any further comments or questions? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is the superintendent's report. Dr. Couch?
Okay, thank you, Mr. President, members of the board. February was Black History Month. I want to congratulate all of the schools for doing a nice job planning events to honor the triumphs and struggles of our African Americans throughout the U.S. history. And I would especially like to thank Rock Hall Elementary for inviting me to be a guest reader for the 3-year-old program. I thought that was a lot of fun. There were a number of board members that were there for the readings, and it was a great day. I also want to congratulate FFA for a wonderful banquet on February the 25th. There were 3 board members in attendance. Congratulations to the new officers and also to the FFA alumni for supporting the program and also supporting our students. Alice in Wonderland production was on March the 4th and the 5th. I attended March the 4th. It was a great evening. I also wanted to especially recognize Mrs. Hemstetter and 2 of the KCHS teachers for their cameo appearances in the play. It was, Alice in Wonderland is not one of my favorite plays, but I thought that the actors did a fantastic job. So kudos to the students. Maryland leads. There has been a new program. It's a federally and state-funded grant opportunity for all. They're non-competitive grants, and they're available to all LEAs in Maryland. The minimum amount
Dr.
is...
Couch, when you use abbreviations, can you just tell us, for example, what an LEA is?
LEA is the local educational system.
Okay.
So LEA is all of our, all of the jurisdictions in Maryland are LEAs.
Thanks.
So they're non-competitive grants. The minimum is 2 million, and it would be for up to 6 million as well. So we are looking at 4 areas in which to write the grant: the science of reading, tutoring, growing your own teachers, and staff support and retention. There are 7 leverage strategies that are involved in the grant itself. We are not focusing on some of them because one of the things that we didn't want to do is be spreading ourselves so thin that we were not able to do it well. One of them is reimagining the use of time. Another one was innovative school models, and another one was transforming neighborhoods through excellent community schools. We already have 2 of our schools that are community schools, Rock Hall Elementary and Garnett Elementary, so we really didn't feel like we needed to pursue that. But those grants are due in April, and we're rapidly working on those as we speak. As I stated, they're non-competitive grants, so we feel fairly certain that we're going to get something. But we just don't know what it'll amount to. The Teachers of the Year and our Support Persons of the Year, I wanted to announce who they are so we could recognize them and congratulate them. Rock Hall Elementary, the Teacher of the Year is Lori Riseski, and the Support Person of the Year is James Cornelius Jr. At Galena, the Teacher of the Year is Aaron Legg, and the Support Person of the Year is Stephanie Christel. At Garnett Elementary, the Teacher of the Year is Courtney Spearing, and the Support Person of the Year is Christine Cox. Kent County Middle School, the Teacher of the Year is Karen Carty, and the Support Person of the Year is Peggy Brown. Kent County High School, the Teacher of the Year is Brett King, and the Support Person of the Year is Laura Johnson. As you know, that they are all in the running for the District Teacher of the Year and the Support Person of the Year, which we hope to announce in April. Promising educators, these are educators that have been teaching for us no more than 5 years. They have made a name for themselves, and so they were nominated as finalists for the Promising Educator. Katie Boardman out of Rock Hall Elementary School, Rebecca Van Sant out of Galena Elementary School, and Alex Murphy out of Galena Elementary School. We will be announcing the Support Person of the Year for the central office this week, so I can't tell you who that is yet because they don't know as of yet. Legislative, we've got 2 pieces of legislation. I just wanted to note that we're waiting to see how it goes into the legislature. Senate Bill 640, which was introduced by Senator King, and House Bill 1426. Those are the maintenance of effort requirements, which would mean that all the LEAs would be held harmless. Whatever maintenance of effort they got this year would be the same amount of maintenance of effort they would get next year. It is presently going to be reviewed in the Assembly this week, and we're hoping to see it crossover. This is crossover week, so we hope to see those bills pass through both chambers. House Bill 1240, which was introduced by Delegate Jacobs, Delegate Greist, and Delegate Ahrens, and also Senate Bill 986, which was introduced by Senator Hershey. This requires the governor to include in the annual budget an appropriation in an amount equal to the low-density calculation for counties that have a population of less than 100 and a full-time equivalent student enrollment of fewer than 2,000 students. This bill will be heard tomorrow in the House, and so far it's stalled as of yet in the Senate. So we don't know what's going to happen with that particular bill. This bill is only pertains to Kent County, and it would provide us with some help with us being a small county, and I guess help us with regard to Kerwin and meeting the obligations that the county would have to provide to the school system for Kerwin and the blueprint. So that concludes my report, and like I said, we'll just need to be watching what happens in the assembly. This is the crossover week, and bills need to be moved on both chambers in order for them to pass. So I'll keep you posted, and we'll see how things go.
Great, thank you.
That concludes my report.
Thank you. Any questions on the comments stated by Dr. Couch? No? Okay. We'll go ahead and move into 4B, which is the Board of Ed handbook review.
Mr. President, you looked at the board handbook last month, and this is brought forward to you for approval. It is policy B, which is the BOE handbook review, and it's reviewed every month in the month of February. So we're asking for your approval. I know that some of you had some questions and some modifications, so I will entertain those questions and concerns that you might have at this point.
Yeah, I'd like to just start with one. We have, due to COVID, we've gone to streaming. And this is, if I'm looking at page 11, the record of board meetings, it really states audio recordings and the minutes taken, minutes of closed session. Public meetings are available as a matter of public record, but there's nothing in here regarding streaming. And so I think that this really needs to be updated. If that's what we're planning on doing, I'm supposing, until the next review, to continue the streaming process, we should include some verbiage around that, I would think.
Okay. Make note of that. Page 11.
Page 11, at the bottom of the page, under record of board meetings.
Under, Joe,
Yes.
Under the beginning, where it says core values, it says, these are the principles we believe and drive all our decisions. Shouldn't it be we believe in and drive all our decisions?
Are you on page 1, Dr. Costa?
Yeah, I think that was the typo, so that,
Just
we can add that in.
ask Trish, she's the grammar expert.
Believe in.
I would just also add, just to jump back to the public hearings, on page 13, number 6 at the top of the page, if we can mention streamed if available there as well.
Okay. Do you want to write down only if it's available? Because not all of our meetings are streamed. I mean, like the meeting that we had with
Last Monday night.
Last Monday night, that was not streamed. So I think we need to be clear that only if it's available.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to look at the verbiage, but we need to add it. We're fast forward now in this other space that we're in, so I think it'd be good to add.
And just wanted to elevate that one of the bigger changes that was made is that we also added the new language in regards to our Citizens Advisory Committee. Is that correct?
We added that.
Page 19.
Thank you.
And then I would just add also attachment A, the Code of Ethics. It was listed at the bottom, reviewed and approved by board. Is this something that has this been reviewed since 1999?
That's the same code.
The same one?
Yes.
Okay.
Now, we've made some changes to the ethics policy, if you want me to make note of that in the handbook itself.
I'd like to, I mean, unless there's any pushback, I'd like to have that included in there. Are there any other call-outs?
I don't know if this is the time to do it, and I was going to mention it during board discussion and not to start a discussion tonight because we've got a full agenda, and I didn't make it an agenda item, but just moving forward, and maybe we can reserve the right to continue to update the handbook as if it's a fluid document. I feel like we need to get some sort of clarification where we're going with our student member of the board in terms of, because I don't think we've talked about it publicly, but I did hear Dr. Couch talking to Sam at the end of our last meeting after the meeting had adjourned about the board member, the student member of the board. I don't want to split hairs here, but is he considered a member of the board? Are they a liaison? I think and I feel like moving forward, unfortunately, it won't be anything that Sam will be able to do this year, but the board member that comes in behind him has to know what they're stepping into. For example, do I have any votes? Am I considered a board member? So that, because that might color whether a kid decides to run for the board or not. And again, and if I'm correct, it's going to require some sort of action above our head, legislative action, which could delay it for, might not be till the board member from 2 years from now comes in, but the successor to Sam at least can play a role in trying to move that forward. So right now, in the student member of board, it calls them a non-voting member. So are they a member of the board or aren't they a member of the board?
In Comar, it is not, the student board member is not listed as one of the board members.
Okay, so
So technically,
like
not
I
a
said,
member
I
of
don't
the
want to
board.
bog down our meeting tonight, but I feel like a future agenda item ought to be some sort of clarification.
or a charge in terms of how do we move forward.
Yeah,
One of the two.
exactly, yeah. Because there's been a lot of discussion, and I know that I listened, and I'm pretty sure Francois was listening 2 weeks ago to the House Ways and Means Committee that was discussing voting rights so that kind of planted the seed for me. So, again, I don't want to take up any more time than I'm already taking up, but I feel like we need to clarify that at some point. And
I agree. It is something we need to discuss, especially as we come down this pipe and with that legislation coming down the pipe, if it's to pass. It is something we do need to discuss. I think getting that out there and figuring out what direction we're taking in regards to this seat.
Yeah, it would take it would have to be corrected legislatively. It's not something that this board could do on our own.
But I also think there has been some misunderstanding, maybe even amongst ourselves, about what we could do about it and what we couldn't do about it. I mean, we couldn't decide tomorrow that the student member of the board is a voting member. The first thing we got to do is get the student member of the board considered a member of the board, is my,
That is correct.
okay. So just saying, moving forward at a future date, I'd like to see us talking about student member of the board, and that may have to be reflected in the handbook.
Right. What I would recommend is, why don't we get through these changes? I can bring back.
Yeah, I don't expect it tonight.
Okay.
Okay.
I would bring back the changes that you've recommended, bring it back to the next board meeting, just so that we're all on the same page with regard to these changes. And then perhaps summer, when we have more time to actually sit down and look at it, we could make a plan. And that way, if we're going to go and make some changes legislatively, I think summer is the time that would be a good point in which to contact a legislator in terms of carrying a bill, if that's what we want to do.
Because the General Assembly's almost over. We can't do anything, unfortunately.
late.
We're way late for that, so,
Right.
okay. Thank you.
All right, so I would recommend that we not take action on this. Let me go ahead and bring it back to you with the changes that you recommended, and I will bring it back to the next board meeting.
That sounds great. Everyone okay with that?
In the meantime, Sam, I'd be interested in and I'm sure other board members would too, I'd like to have some input from you, recognizing the box you're working in terms of, we're going to have to take baby steps to sort of get ourselves up to the year 2022, okay?
Yeah, I think the big main concern for me moving forward is, like you said, with the appointment of the next student member and making sure that we know if is it a student liaison, is it a student member, is it a student representative, just so that we know moving forward, because it's not just something that's, of course affected me, but the student members from the past over 15 years, because technically we haven't, of course, been student members. So, yeah, I would like to see in the coming years, even though I won't be here, for the following student members, representatives, liaisons, to, have that settled.
I look forward to talking to you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. The next item on the agenda is the Golden Anchor Award. Dr. Couch or Mr. Hushin? Thank you.
Thank you, President Getz, school board members, Dr. Couch. Tonight, we are here to honor our monthly Golden Anchor Award that goes out to an employee or group of employees each month that embodies the mission and vision of our school system. Any parent, student, or employee can nominate somebody for this award. Going forward, for those that are out there and those that are watching over Facebook, please be on the lookout. We will have a new nomination form that will go out each month online that will be more accessible for all. For this evening, we have a couple different award winners that are going to be honored tonight, but we have some special guests here who are going to be coming up to read the first nomination. Please welcome the Kent County Middle School boys basketball team. Gentlemen, thank you very much. You all look sharp. I am going to call upon their team captains, Mr. Brennan and Tyrell Green, to read this month's nomination.
Thank you. All right. Thank you for everybody coming out tonight. Dear Board of Ed, thank you for the opportunity to nominate the KCPS staff person for this important award. We all represent the players of this year's KCMS boys basketball team, and as a group, we would like to nominate our coach, Mr. Stephen Miller. Reason one why he should earn this award. Mr. Miller is an excellent role who the whole team looks up to greatly. He has given our team multiple opportunities to improve our basketball skills and has taught us leadership on and off of the court. He has provided us with the chance to see how hard and dedication can pay off by organizing trips to meet college and professional players. Reason two why Mr. Miller should earn this award. Mr. Miller has helped many students throughout KCMS by developing and organizing PE Corps. This program not only helps the school community, but it helps the students reach their service learning hours for graduation. Without this, we would have to find hours outside of school, which is difficult for some families, especially with the restriction of the pandemic. Mr. Miller is a true mentor, not only to his basketball team, but several kids at KCMS. Thank you.
All right, Coach, come on up with your family and celebrate your award with your boys.
Fellas.
Pretty hectic. All right, everybody look right at me. Big smiles, eyes open.
Oh, I'm still.
We're gonna get out of the way.
There we go, perfect. All right, everybody, for real this time, look at me, big smiles. Thank you so much.
All right, fellas, nice job, guys. Thanks a lot, okay? Thanks a lot, guys. Good job, fellas. See you, neighbor. Good job, fellas.
All right, good job.
You got it.
I have it. Probably not much more.
I'm gonna try to do 3.
Only 2 are here.
All right, and our next winners this month, I am going to be calling up Kent County High School school principal Chris Hemstetter to read her nominations.
I don't know how I can follow that, but I can, and I will. Good evening, Dr. Couch, President Getz, Board of Ed members, community, central office staff. The Golden Anchor Award is presented to the employee or group of employees or community members that exemplify the mission and core values of Kent County Public Schools. Our school, Kent County High School, is fortunate to have first responders, Mrs. Amber Britt, CNA Medical Tech, along with Deputy Scott Metzbauer, KCHS SRO, who always puts our KCHS students first. Both of them form positive relationships with all of our students, first and foremost, and will jump into action to provide immediate assistance and care at any given moment. Last month, KCHS had a very unfortunate incident that called for a school crisis response. Mrs. Britt instantly responded to the emergency by taking charge of the medical situation, and Deputy Metzbauer sprang into action to isolate and contain a notable threat to our school. Both did so with the utmost care and support for the immediate needs of the students involved and the safety of all of our students and staff at Kent County High School. They remained calm, followed protocol, alerted the appropriate staff, and delegated duties in order to navigate a crisis situation that could have been life-threatening. Not only did they appropriately respond to the immediate crisis on that day, but they also continued on the days following with debriefs, reports, and investigations that went above and beyond their daily duties at Kent County High School. Mrs. Britt and Deputy Metzbauer should be commended for a job well done and recognized by Kent County Public Schools and the Kent County community for showing professionalism, compassion, strength, and perseverance in all that they do for our school every day and in every situation. I am proud and honored to work with Mrs. Amber Britt, CNA Medical Tech, and Deputy Scott Metzbauer, SRO at Kent County High School. So I'm going to have Scott come up. Mrs. Britt could not make it this evening. She has young children at this time, but I'll be sure to make sure that I present that to her tomorrow, and we'll get some pictures.
All right. Everybody right at me, 1, 2, 3.
Hey, congratulations to our Golden Anchor Award winners this month. We certainly appreciate all that you're doing for our students and for our school community, so thank you. The next item on the agenda Mr. Hushin, you're standing at the podium, which tells me it's personnel time.
Thank you, President Getz. Yes. Board, I have before you tonight the report of stated personnel actions that were discussed during closed session. The administration seeks approval of those stated personnel actions.
As Mr. Hushin just mentioned, the administration is recommending approval of these stated personnel actions. Do we have a motion to do so?
I move that we accept the recommendations of the administration.
Dr. Costa has the motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a second by Ms. Sullivan. Any further comments or questions? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes. Thank you, Mr. Hushin. We appreciate it.
You're welcome.
The next item on the agenda is public participation. Ms. Gale? As Ms. Gail Manley's walking forward, I just want to read the rules for public participation. Speakers should limit their comments to 3 minutes. Comments about the actions or statements of individual staff members are not appropriate for public comments and should be referred to the superintendent of schools or processed through available channels. If submitting written testimony, speakers are required to provide a copy to the president. Please remember that this is an opportunity for the community to address their comments to the board. It is not an opportunity for dialogue. If you have any questions that need an answer, please contact the superintendent or write a letter to the Board of Education, and a response will be sent back to you. Okay. The first person I have is Susan Rhodes.
Good evening. My name is Susan Newton Rhodes. My husband and I reside in Chestertown. Our children attend Kent County High School. First and most important, I want to acknowledge the incredible work of our teachers, our staff members at Kent County Public School System. These individuals work tirelessly to support our kids in a significantly under-resourced county. The immense challenges for teachers over the last 2 years through COVID cannot be overstated. I applaud their efforts and recognize each of their unique strategies in working with students in this demanding environment. A heartfelt thank you. I additionally bring before this body my very significant concerns about the safety and operations of our school. As a result of the events over the last few weeks following the stabbing at Kent County High School, I began on a journey to better understand the series of events which led to this situation. In each meeting that I have had and the calls that I have made, the number of different failures in our school system and the complexity of issues has presented an overwhelmingly complex and disturbing situation. Dozens of people have shared their perspectives as parents, teachers, staff members, community members, local businesses, and government officials. The volume of concerns and dissatisfaction of the community with the performance of our schools is alarming. I have discussed safety concerns, financial management, or shall I say lack thereof, COMAR violations, inattention, and inaction to situations of bullying, administrative failures at many levels. But what really bothers me is the oppressive and retaliatory culture which exists and is allowed to permeate the good work and service of county employees. As a professional and a business owner, I am accountable for the failure of my business and employees. Successful businesses do not happen by chance. Success is driven by strong leadership, dedication, and hard work. A successful school system is no different. The failure of this school system to perform or even improve on performance should rest with one person, and that is the county superintendent. The school system is the driver of the success of our county. The fact that our school system continues to sit at the bottom in performance in our state is shameful. 23rd out of 24 counties in the state of Maryland. This poor performance creates the continuing loss of students in the county schools as parents choose private school educations or move their children to surrounding counties. Parents with young children entering the school system are faced with the same choices. We have over 25% of our school-aged children in Kent County in private schools, in a county with significant levels of poverty. Why is that? Employers cannot recruit employees into this county because of this poor performance. I place this situation at the foot of the board and Dr. Couch. And I ask each of you how you can justify this performance to the citizens of Kent County, to the teachers, to the staff members, and most importantly, to our children. What I have witnessed over the last few months compels me to act, to hold the county superintendent and the board accountable for the failing of the school system and the good people of this county. I am continuing to gather information and will work with whomever would like to join this effort to ensure that a positive change occurs. To Dr. Couch, to this board, I will be following up with a range of questions and will look forward to your responses. Finally, in the coming months, this county will have significant financial resources available to the school system. The areas that I address above will not be fixed by money. The issues are a demonstrated failure of leadership to which our county needs a change. We must have confidence in the administration of this school system. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person is Frank Rhodes.
To the Board of Education and everyone in this room, my name is Frank Rhodes. I'm a Kent County resident. I've been here since the 70s, and I really care about our community. We have a great community in Kent County. Susan and I decided to send our children to Kent County High School. We have met so many new friends. It's been unbelievable. However, we have some concerns. Why is our school system at the bottom, just above last place Baltimore School District? Do we have a whistleblower plan to protect our employees without the possibility of retribution and them being fired? In regards to building a new school, money's not going to help. I think that if you build a new school, is that really going to help? We need to get the grades up before people are rewarded with a new school. That's the way I feel. You could expand out at the high school where it is for a lot less money. For just a short time, I feel Chris Hemstetter has done a great job, given the card she was dealt. By the way, great job in the play. I have a short story that I would like to share here today. My friend, excuse me, I'm sorry. Let me get my list here. Okay. So, a black man, a friend of mine, and especially a brother, was working for a young lady. My friend walked into her office one day. Actually, this was 3 days after the killing of George Floyd. And she said, and I quote, "This is the first time a black man can wear a mask without the fear of being shot and killed." My friend then replied, "I can't believe you said that, as I just defended your honor from a racial comment said about you less than an hour ago." She then raised both of her arms and said, "Please don't shoot. My purse is right there," and then proceeded to chuckle. The two people, Brother Dale Brown and Dr. Karen Couch, are the people in this story. There were 4 witnesses, so I'm telling actually how it happened. In my opinion, these are extremely racist comments and a form of extensive bullying. Dr. Couch was reelected last summer to the position she currently holds. Was this board complicit in the decision without notifying the public of these comments and these actions that happen? What do you think our students will think about this behavior from our Board of Education? In my opinion, Dr. Couch, you need to resign or be recalled in regards to the board. And anyone who knew about this incident should resign immediately from this board. Shame on you, Dr. Couch. Thank you.
The next person is Valerie Walters.
Wow. That was, I don't even know where to begin. I'm not even sure, but I will say that much of our community is disappointed by the leadership sitting in front of us. That's you all sitting right up there. You, board members, were elected by the people to do a job, a very important one at that. The number one priority of your job should be the future of the children and their safety while on your watch. Without a doubt, this Kent County public school system has willfully neglected not only the safety of our students, but also securing a proper education. At the last board meeting, you mentioned that, I believe the statistic was 25% of the students in this county were homeschooled or elsewhere other than our public schools. That rate is alarmingly higher than the rest of the state of Maryland, let alone any other state or district. When are you going to open your eyes to the failures of our superintendent? Not only are we failing in test scores, athletic available programs, but now safety. I commend you for taking public office, but to take public office without the intent to effect positive change is a complete and utter waste. If you're simply using this as a political stepping stone or to push your own ideology and agenda in public schools, you should be ashamed of yourselves. Just today, I received a letter in the mail for 2 of our children. Absences. They stayed home for several days after the last incident for fear of their own safety. And the day that they went back to school, they saw that 18-year-old student who has been the subject of much discussion in the school parking lot as he was leaving a building. So I will ask you again, at what point does the safety and priorities of others' education, the right to a safe education albeit, take rank over top of an adult student that has consistently been a problem and a threat to the safety of not only the children, but the staff in our public schools? When? The obvious failures to uphold any of the policies put in place are so blatant that it is appalling. The fact that the school website in the fall listed information that was in violation of HIPAA and FERPA should be alarming to all parents in this county. Those parents should have been informed of the FERPA and HIPAA violations by having their child's name and medical conditions posted for all to see. The constant conflict of interest in or tangled within the school board is also very alarming. And I challenge any of you watching this at home or in this room to start digging. Start questioning. Because it's time you open your eyes. It's time you take a stand for the future of our children. You should be making it a priority to remove the political propaganda from our schools, the indoctrination of ideology, and start teaching academics. Change curriculum. Start asking yourself why test scores are so low. Why are we teaching kids just to pass a test that they don't even pass? Why are we teaching our children what to think and not how to think? Why do we continue holding assemblies that teach and preach division instead of unity? Why are we allowing inappropriate material to be taught in pre-K on up in elementary school in regards to sexuality and genders? That starts at home. It does not belong in our elementary schools. Why is it that I know what is on school surveys, but yet the principal and director of teaching and learning for our schools doesn't even know? But those surveys are given to our children, and they are highly inappropriate. Why is it that we are tracking our children's answers by their school ID number, but yet telling them it's completely anonymous? Why? What is this information used for? And why are we selective in our teachings? Moreover, why is the president of our county's teachers union and current sitting history teacher at the high school teaching children that there is no such thing as the 45th president? Why? This is not teaching. This is pushing one's own political views, and it is not okay. All history should be taught regardless of one's feelings on it or political beliefs. Studying history helps us understand and grapple with complex questions and dilemmas by examining how the past has shaped and continues to shape global,
Walters,
national, and local. I'm almost done. Winston Churchill said, Those that fail to learn from history are doomed to repeat
Ms.
it.
Walters,
So
we're
teach it.
over now.
You board members are the boss of her.
Ms. Walters, thank you for your comments. Ms. Gale, we
These
have another
failings
person.
are on your watch. You have the ability to change it.
Ms. Gale?
I'm sorry, one last thing. So you can put this on your mirror in your car or on your nightstand, but this
Ms.
should be a reminder.
Ms.
of
Bachman,
this
are you ready to go?
Yep.
Thank you. Please step to the podium.
Because he matters too.
Please go ahead, Ms. Bachman.
Good evening. I would like to respond to a smear upon my name that was just given. As a U.S. history teacher at Kent County Public High School, who has been teaching for 15 years at Kent County High School, I have never taught children that the 45th president does not exist. I actually teach the curriculum starting in the 1990s. I cover the 20th century. I acknowledge the existence of all presidents. What I do tell children is that we don't evaluate presidents and their success in their presidency until later, because that would be political science, which is not my field. I teach history, which has not occurred in the last 10 years. If you have an issue with the way that I teach my curriculum, I suggest that you check the Maryland State curriculum for U.S. history, which I follow. And if you have any questions, you are welcome to reach out to me at cbachman@kent.k12.md.us.
Thank you, Ms. Bachman. The next portion of the meeting is the Kent County Teachers Association.
Good evening, Dr. Couch, President Getz, members of the board, and Mr. Buckle. I apologize for missing last month's boisterous meeting. As you would have seen in my email to you that day, I was out sick. Last week, I was asked to attend a supervisory meeting for social studies with the Maryland State Department of Education. There was a lot of great information, particularly about economics education, but what really stood out to me was the way supervisors from other counties talked about teachers when they didn't know that I was not a supervisor. They spoke of their teachers as a burden or just another group to be managed. It was clear that many had forgotten what it was like to be in a classroom and that they did not value the educational experts they had access to. It really got me thinking about my role as a teacher in Kent County Public Schools. KCTA has asked this year for more open communication and for all levels of administration to remember that teachers are stakeholders. It can be hard to feel seen as stakeholders. And while some schools in the system encourage their teachers to be part of a democratic decision-making process, others very clearly prefer an autocratic style of leadership. I urge you to remember that the majority of those at the administration level or central office have been out of the classroom for a significant period of time, and none have been in the classroom during the pandemic. Many of us are struggling with burnout and substitute shortages, as well as a lack of real mental health services for teachers, not just encouragements to check out a link or find some time for self-care, real help. We are also struggling with students who are not mentally prepared for the rigors of a classroom setting and who are coming to us with a multitude of needs. At the same time, we're being asked to get students up to grade level, with no real acknowledgement of the monumental task of filling in gaps in their education. We are also being evaluated using a pre-pandemic evaluation system that hasn't been updated in a decade. Not all of these things are in your control, but to ignore these issues and sweep them under the proverbial rug is building a mess that we are unlikely to get clean this decade if we keep doing business as usual.
Ms. Bachman, may I just interrupt? That timer was not stopped when you threw your, so I apologize for.
Yep, no worries. As a small school system, we can do better. You have educational experts in your classrooms, many with master's degrees, some with doctorates, and they have ideas of how to make things better. But teachers, whether warranted or not, fear retaliation from some administrators for pointing out weaknesses in our system. We need open conversations about where we are in our school culture and where we want to be. The reality is that communication is still a huge struggle in KCPS. When teachers feel heard, they are more likely to want to stay and work to make the system what it could be. When they feel shut down or like they cannot make a difference because this is how it has always been done, they are more likely to look for work elsewhere. Retention is about more than having a body in each classroom. It is about retaining those people who can add their best attributes to the school system to make it a leader in the state. If we are to retain the best teachers, we need to be competitive in salary and working conditions. I hope that the board will remember this as we continue the negotiations process. I will end with this reminder from my peers in Minneapolis who are currently on strike. Teachers' working conditions are students' learning conditions. Good evening.
Thank you. The next portion of the meeting was 6B. Ms. Somerville, if you would be kind enough to step to the podium, that'd be great.
Good evening. Thank you, President Getz, Superintendent Couch, board members, Mr. Buckle, and the community. I have some paperwork that I'd like to share with the board. Could I ask the secretary to pass these out to each one? And I certainly hope that there's enough for everybody. Thank you. I do have a sole purpose tonight. However, I would be remiss in failing to point out the broad content of representation that the subject covers. One, I want to say most presently, we are here in honor of Women's History Month. We're also on the heels of Black History Month, which I had the pleasant opportunity to participate in the Rockwall Elementary School Black History Celebration, and then again at Kent County High School. But thirdly, I am here as a curation fellow of the Chesapeake Heartlands Project. Chesapeake Heartlands is an African American humanities project in collaboration between Washington College and the Smithsonian's National Museum of African American History. My purpose here is to enlist you to think about Black History Month all year long and not just once a month, to be prepared for it, to make it a part of student curriculum, and to let's do this by starting with celebrating our local African American history. What you have in front of you are some papers that will help you understand the effort that is going forward, because my official proposal to you tonight is to ask you to establish a naming committee for the renaming of the Media Center at Garnett Elementary School. That name would be to honor Emma L. Grayson Miller, for without whose efforts there would be no Garnett School. Many people in the community have no idea about Emma Grayson Miller whatsoever. A part of your packet is an electronic signatures of people in the community who have become familiar through this effort with Emma Grayson Miller and do agree with the petition that I put before you. This packet represents 104 names on this packet. However, I decided that I would save some trees and not print the names, the signatures that came by paper ballot. And in total, that would make 150 signatures that we already have accomplished. The sheet that has the picture of Emma Grayson Miller on it, just as an example of the level of support and how we have obtained that, is a posting that has gone, that is posted in every library, every Kent County library in Kent County. And that effort was taken on by Arnessa, the executive director at Kent County Public Libraries. So with that, let me read for you what the nominating petition actually says and what those whose signatures are before you have agreed to. We, the undersigned, as one mind in agreement with the content set forth in this petition, present it to the superintendent and members of the Board of Education at Kent County. Herein, we officially initiate and propose the petition to bestow the posthumous honor upon Emma Grayson Miller, the dedication of the Media Center at Garnett Elementary School, located at 320 Calvert Street, Chestertown. Whereas in 1925, the original Garnett School, having graduated its first class of 5 students, its erection is a direct result of a campaign executed and achieved through the service of Emma Miller, who, since 1911, had held the position as supervisor of colored schools. Miller, with an exemplary heart for service, took on the duty to rally parents and citizens alike to finance the purchase of property and subsequently the construction of the school, and further to persuade officials at the state level that education beyond the 7th grade be made available in the county to African American pupils. Whereas the life of Emma Grayson Miller is a major contribution to the ethical value of local history, the study of local history being a key determinant of education for students of all ages, connecting to the past with the present, where organic processes of tradition, legislature, and community meet and conquer. The study of local history is a gateway to exploration for the American experience, to the caverns of world history where one may discover their future in view of the struggles and triumphs of the people next door. Whereas Emma L. Grayson Miller's achievement is clear yet regrettably unrecognized for more than a century, we officially ask that the Learning Center at Garnett Elementary School be appointed in ceremony and plaque the Emma L. Grayson Miller Media Center at the Henry Highland Garnett Elementary School. I would add that that plaque would be purchased, designed, and paid for, of course, with the collaboration of the board and the principal at Garnett Elementary through the fellowship that I've incurred from Chesapeake Heartlands. I have some committee members and friends who have some information and their opinions that they would like to share with you as well. Thank you.
Please, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Carolyn Brooks.
Good evening.
First, I want to start off that we know about the Harry Tubmans, the Frederick Douglasses, and our own local Henry Highland Garnett, because they have been the ones that we've seen in most of the history books. But we also have other local heroes right here in Kent County whose stories need to be told. And through research, local documents which are coming forth, such as Isaac Mason, Emma Miller, local businessmen and women, black owners farms, many of whom conducted businesses with the white population in Kent County as well. Utilizing these stories of our local community members, we are able to trace our history in Kent County all the way back to slavery up to the present day. I thank my mother for keeping many Henry Highland Garnett yearbooks as far back as 1946, and George Lomax, who still had the original copy of the first yearbook class of 1941. Those first few yearbooks are the only ones that I have heard had the history of the high school and mentions Miss Emma Miller. That is why such research like Karen is doing, much more of our local history will be uncovered. And having the Media Center named after one of our first African American women as a trailblazer in the education of our children. Ms. Miller heard the cries of her people and she reacted. She heard the cries of the mothers who wanted their daughters to be more than future homemakers of America. She heard the cries of the fathers who wanted their sons to be more than future farmers of America. And she took that vision and she worked tirelessly to make that vision come into reality. That is why the Chesapeake Heartland Project and an African American Humanities Project was created in Kent County. This project came to fruition through the collaboration efforts between the National Museum of African American History and Culture, the Starr Center at Washington College, Sumner Hall, Kent Cultural Alliance, Kent County Public Library, and other local nonprofits. This project allows us to preserve, digitize, and make our African American spirits in Kent County accessible to all nationally and worldwide. This project gives African Americans in Kent County the opportunity to tell their stories in a way that is proudful and educational to generations to come. It also allowed community members such as Karen, through fellowships, to research and uncover our local heroes who have made an impact on the very foundation of this county, whether through education, agriculture, medicine, politics, science, and more. This project is unique in that it is the voice of the African American community in Kent County. It is the voice of those who have been silenced or silent during the making of the American story, the American dream, or American history. The Chesapeake Heartland Project is the consciousness of the African American and the foundation of this country and county. It is impossible to speak of the history of Kent County and not include the African American at the root of its foundation. The African American has been an intricate part of its foundation. We as African Americans inherit in the system whether passively or actively, economically, politically, socially, geographically, educational, and so on. The African American in Kent County is a fundamental and as significant to the history of this county just as the white American. The two ought not be separated. It is the American experience. Through projects such as Karen's, the Chesapeake Heartland hosts the future generations of Kent County. School children of all ages and racial backgrounds will gain knowledge of our shared history by the time they graduate from high school. And that projects such as Karen will become an integral part of the school curriculum and encourage others to get involved in the interpretation of Kent County history from a holistic approach. It is fitting that during Women's History Month that this honor should be bestowed upon an exceptional African American woman, a trailblazer in a higher education for African American children in Kent County. In other words, this project has created platforms for community interpretation, foster cross-generational, interracial conversation, engage, employ, and train local school teenagers, and depicts the, the facets of African American life in Kent County, not only the injustices, but the most joyous experiences in our lives. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello there, everyone. Karen called me and asked me if I would say something, and I said, oh, I just signed the petition because I knew that you had done it, you had researched it, and therefore I knew I would support whatever you said. And she said, perfect. And I said, perfect? She said, yes. It's because I never heard tell of Emma Miller. I'm very white, as you can see. Of course I've never heard of Emma Miller. And I would love to know more about Emma Miller. In fact, a dozen years before Emma Miller had Garnett built, then Mary McLeod Bethune was doing her own work of the same type in Florida. 4 years before the school was built, then Woodrow Wilson was campaigning. He promised absolute fair dealings for all. Oops, 3 years before he broke that promise, that was the beginning of it. 2 years before the school was built at Garnett, the first black Phi Beta Kappa Harvard grad was kicked out of Woodrow Wilson's White House because he was against segregation, which had not actually even happened until right around that same time. 1 year before Garnett School was built, that movie called Birth of a Nation, which was first aired at the White House. It was not a nice movie. They glorified the KKK, and that's the context in which Emma Miller was working. I cannot even believe how brave and strong and tough and spunky Emma Miller must have been. How on earth did she do that? I know Mary McLeod Bethune baked a lot of sweet potato pies. She fried a lot of fish to get enough money to get a school started. I don't know Emma Miller's story. I am dying to know Emma Miller's story. Every single kid in this county would love to know Emma Miller's story. In fact, black kids need to know because they look just like she did Good. White kids need to know because, oh, you mean somebody who looks like this lady did all of this? Yes. We all are better if we learn the most that we can about all of these people. And she was right here. That's amazing that she came right from here. I am a from here. I'm not a come here. I'm afraid I have very bad history. I have a KKK Grand Wizard in my background, in my family. I'm a descendant of Thomas Ringgold, the slave trader. When I found out those two things, I was horrified. And I said, I have to do something. So here's one little thing that I can do. This is one little thing that you folks can do. You can put that plaque up about Emma Miller. You can allow the teachers to know about these stories. You can get these stories about the black famous people and heroes intertwined with the white ones. I mean, don't just teach Woodrow Wilson. Let's hear about this context in which Emma Miller lived. I don't know how she did it. So anyway, this was also in the middle of World War I. It was also when Jim Crow was king, and he was not very nice either. We need to know about these things. So please, put her face and her story and her name up on the library. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Cheryl.
Good evening, everybody, the board,
Good evening.
Dr. Krause, everybody is, how can I be that one? She said everything, Karen, everybody said everything. My name is Minister Armin Fraser Fletcher. I'm a native from Chestertown. The reason why I'm here, God chose all of us to speak up. Miss Emma Miller, let me say this. Miss Emma Miller came to my attention because my grandfather was the president of the first Garnett School in 1916. And there was other students, the president. They had a hard time raising money at that time. But let me say a little bit about Miss Emma Miller. 1916, everybody in King County, African Americans in Chestertown, wanted their children to have better education. They all was in churches and, teaching churches and houses, things like that. So the people got together and they decided to raise tax themselves. That's the first time taxation, self-government formed through the African American community in this town. And they put all the money together. She went around all counties, King County, Georgetown, you name it, Chestertown, raising money for the school. And they raised the money. And she had to write the letter to the Baltimore legislator. And she wrote a fantastic letter that they listened to her. And it gave her the rights to purchase land, which is up there at Calvert Street, across from Bethel Church. So we raised all the money, and we didn't have no funds like you have today. We didn't have no grants and nothing like that. But Miss Emma Miller was so focused, and her background was so focused, as Carol said, she has incredible history. And she got the money, and then they had to get the land. And I just want to briefly show you some pictures. I love to show pictures. Pictures can tell a million stories. This is what happened. This right here, it's okay, I can just get up close so I can show you, okay. After she got the money, she got the land. This lady here is supposed to be on that school. Garnett School is right now. So what happened, she got the money. This lady here was at the old Garnett School. She was an honor student. And she was chosen to start the foundation of Garnett School in 1948. And guess what? It's better than that. This right here is the governor, 1949, William Schaefer, and that's the people come from Baltimore. This right here, history repeats itself, Navi. It's a school board. It's a school board. So the lady right, if you don't know your history, you're going to repeat history. And this is what they did. After they broke the ground, this is the beautiful part of this story. The prayer has been answered. Where in history do you see a lady like Emma Miller dreamt the dream, got the money, and came through. But going to school, you see on Calvert Street, God bless them. And if you see here, the hope, when I go to the school and college and show the hope, have you ever seen the hope in the people like that before? Read the body language. Read what they got over in Garnett School. Read what's over there on Calvert Street. Read what she did back in the lake. She's still here. Read what she's done. That lady done. She should be in history. She should not only be in the cafeteria, she should have a plaque somewhere in Maryland. Because this particular lady did something not only in Kent County, but she did it for, let's read what it says here. The prayer of the righteous shall be answered. The cornerstone laying in the new Garnett School brought together all people from all over the state of Maryland. Truly, this occasion was a prayer being answered. This is a prayer being answered on paper in history you never found before. So you talking about a great lady? This lady did something so incredible, cannot no one duplicate it. She should be not only, she should have a name somewhere more in the cafeteria. This lady here broke all the records. 1916, that was Jim Crow. Jim Crow, black people don't even supposed to be doing anything. But she said, I'm going to do it anyway. She didn't let her dream go. When I'm telling the next generation out there, don't let your dream go. Because you never know what you can do. Make a positive impact in the town. Make a positive impact on the state. And a positive impact on this nation. That's what our African American history in Chestertown is all about. And I just want to say one more thing. We got to come together. Just like this picture. We need to learn from each other. And we need to take it seriously. We hear, like Carl said, we hear shared history. Slaves. I'm a descendant of slaves in Chestertown. And I'm call out to all those who went to Garnett School and those who moved away like I did. We have not forgotten you. We're here standing for you, and we pray you stand for us to fulfill the task that Miss Emma Miller has done. So we call out to all cultures, whether you're European, Hispanic, no problem, whatever it is. We're here in this county to work together and make this county a great county like it was before. And I know my time is out, and I just want to thank God for my grandfather, Earl Frazier, my Uncle Calvin Frazier. And this is, the first school, 25 people, as Karen said, 25 students graduate from that point to this point to where we are today. Come on. You can't beat that vision nowhere. Nowhere. And this is African American woman, it's a woman history month. She should be right at the top of the line in everything. And not only her, that others that's hidden in history. So we can come together and learn from each other and bring this unity that we're talking about. It can be real. God bless you. And I thank you for giving the opportunity. And I thank God for Mr. Hawkins. And Mr. Hawkins and my grandfather, he was PTA, and a couple of presidents, they got a national award, I think 1916 to 1967, for the principles, wisdom and principle knowledge. And they got the plaque, we got the plaque. So I'm going to let you know, she did, and we're doing, everybody, thank God, we got this brought forth in the light, and we pray that the school board will take serious consideration and make this move with Karen saying, make it a reality. God bless you, and have a blessed night.
Thank you.
Well, y'all can take a nice deep breath. I'm going to be short. Have any of you had a relative that didn't get to go beyond 8th grade? You can go back as far as great-grandfathers or grandfathers. You have. So have I. My grandmother was basically the same age as Emma Miller, and she didn't make it beyond 8th grade. Nobody knows quite why, except she was an immigrant. That little fact in my family has probably driven me to education. My mother, her daughter, taught 42 years, and I think it is extremely important for students, parents, teachers, school board, everybody to understand what a privilege it is to be able to go to school, period. And I think it's time that we understand and make sure that everyone understands that we are all fortunate and we need to continue being able to have the opportunity to be educated, not just educated, but educated well. And with that, I hope that you do decide to name the library or the media center the Emma Miller. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Dr. Couch, just a question. So we have the paperwork, and thank you for your presentations. I would poll the board as to, typically as we have with the Black Box Theater and at the high school, we put together a committee that brought together. Is that?
Right. Board Policy FF is, the name of that policy is called Naming of Schools and School Facilities. And there's some specific directions with regard to what needs, I know Karen was part of the last committee that we put together. So if it pleases the board, you could direct me to move forward with following this particular policy and putting together a committee so we can research this and move forward.
Would anyone like to make a motion?
I would love to make a motion.
Ms. Sullivan has the motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Johnson. Any comments, questions?
Yeah, I'll just make a
Please.
comment that Emma Miller's name is not known in Kent County, but Lucretia Kennard's name is known in Queen Anne's County. And so at the same time, Emma Miller was doing her work in Kent County, Lucretia Kennard had started it in Caroline.
Absolutely.
And had gone on to Queen Anne's County. And not only does she have a school named for her, but the state of Maryland has recognized the role that she's played. So there were a number of black trailblazing women 100 years ago.
Yes, you're so right.
Thank you.
I also want
Thank you.
to
Sharing her
to
with us
add-
tonight and for all the information on Ms. Miller. She sounds exactly like what Trish said, a wonderful trailblazer. So,
Yes,
thank you all
thank
for
you.
coming.
I just want to add and tap into the incredible work that you've done through the Chesapeake Heartland Project. It's a wonderful resource. If nobody has checked it out, it has a lot of good nuggets in there about our history. And from that, this idea has birthed out. And so I just want to commend that branch of this project as well for all their hard work and your hard work for making this happen. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and we have a second. Any further comments or questions?
I
Hearing
just
none,
want to say thank you for all your research about this. I'd never heard of her. You're very persuasive.
I'm very anxious to share the full story.
I just can't wait to hear.
we'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing no opposition, the motion passes. Thank you.
Right?
Dr. Couch.
I'll be in contact with you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, the next portion of the meeting is board discussion. We'll start with Mr. Buckle.
Sure. Good evening, Dr. Couch, members of the board. Again, a happy Women's History Month. School updates are as follows. From Henry Highland Garnett Elementary School, on March 2nd through the 9th, HHGES will have a literacy online event each evening. On March 2nd through the 18th is the One School, One Book project for the Chocolate Touch. On March 11th, the Judy Center Community Mindfulness at 2 p.m. On March 16th, from 9:30 a.m. to 12 p.m., the State Superintendent will visit Henry Highland Garnett Elementary School. On March 18th is the One School, One Book culminating activity. And finally, on March 22nd and 23rd, 5th grade MISA State Science Assessment. From Galena Elementary School, Galena kindergarten students learned about percussion instruments with Miss Moody's music classes. Galena has 3 winners of the American Legion Americanism Essay Contest. Evelyn Dunn, 1st place, Piper Walters, 2nd place, and Desiree Blackiston, 3rd place. Galena is excited about the number of students attending their before-school program with the Boys and Girls Club, and that number is increasing. All students who have attended give it 5 stars. Galena is proud to announce Steph Christel, Administrative Assistant, as their support person of the year, and Erin Legg, 2nd grade teacher, as their Teacher of the Year. Galena is proud of both these wonderful staff members. From Kent County High School, on March 15th, the Marine Corps visits KCHS. On March 17th, Kent County High School basketball at St. Peter and Paul. That is a scrimmage at 1:15 p.m. On March 18th, KCPS elementary school students will visit the KCHS planetarium. On March 23rd is the KCHS SAT Day, free of charge for any juniors who wants to take. On March 30th is Chesapeake College dual enrollment information sessions. And on March 31st is the Maryland Business Roundtable Next Generation Scholars visit to Salisbury University. On April 12th is the KCHS Career and College Fair at the KCHS Trojan Arena. And a few items to save the date for. On May 13th, the KCHS will have its Ag Day. On May 14th is the Kent County High School Prom. On May 15th is the Kent County High School Senior Awards. On June 1st is Kent County High School Fan Night. And finally, on June 3rd, 2022 is the Kent County High School Class of 2022 graduation. That concludes my report this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Buckle. Dr. Costa?
I thought for me the highlight of the last month was going to the culmination of Black History Month at Rock Hall Elementary School and hearing Miss Somerville and reading to kids and hearing some of the other community members reading to children. And I was looking at these kids and thinking how lucky they were to be living in America and going to a school here instead of in Ukraine, which had just begun this terrible invasion of Ukraine. But it was just a really nice day, the whole day there. I thought it was really well done. And I went to a very exciting basketball game, kind of lopsided. We won by a whole lot. Saw Alice in Wonderland at the high school. Didn't seem like the book, but it was fun. And to the FFA banquet. I've been going to these things for a lot of years, and FFA is a really good organization. So it was a good month.
Thank you. Ms. Sullivan?
I just have a couple things. The first is
You
I wanted
speak
to
up.
give a shout out.
Ms. Sullivan,
Ms. Sullivan,
just
just a little bit,
sorry.
Really? I think it's my microphone. Wanted to give a shout out to Sarah Moore at Kent County Middle School. Ms. Moore has begun collecting donations of hygiene products for students at the middle school, and students will be able to easily access those products without feeling any kind of embarrassment or shame. And I just wanted to thank Ms. Moore for her thoughtfulness for our students. And the only other thing I wanted to mention was that we had a very productive second CAC meeting, and I wanted to thank all of the committee members for the excellent open discussion that took place. And just a reminder that the next meeting is March 28th, and those meetings are open to the public, so if you want to come and have a listen, please join us. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Trish?
Got a couple of things. First of all, I want to congratulate Mr. Miller on his Golden Anchor Award. I've been to a couple of those games, and he has a lot of enthusiasm, and you can tell that he has a great rapport with his players, and they obviously look up to him as more than just their basketball coach. So it was tonight. And to see all those guys dressed in their ties and just come in representing their school with a lot of pride, it made me smile. Second of all, I want to echo what Ms. Sullivan said about the Citizen Advisory Committee meeting. I felt like it was a very good meeting. I see Mr. Fluke in the audience. He's a member of the committee. The meeting it could have gone way longer than it did. We stopped it after about 2 hours. We started at 5:30, and I looked up the clock, and it was 7:30, and I thought, oh, my goodness. Yeah, okay. There was a lot of, I thought, very honest discussion. A lot of it centered around the circumstances of February 14th at Kent County High School and what we could do to, in addition to the physical safety of students, what we could do to support them emotionally, and socially. And I think that's something that has been lacking in a lot of our initiatives. So I was happy about that. I was kind of surprised Dr. Couch didn't mention the meeting we had last Monday with the county commissioners at the middle school, which I thought was very enlightening. Dr. Lever was well prepared and seemed to have answers to all of our questions. Having a tour of the school was eye-opening, and I encourage anybody in the community to look at that because Miss Rhodes talked about the challenges that our teachers are facing, not just only the last 2 years with just educating, but the building at the middle school that they're working within is very challenging and kind of grim looking. And yes, getting a new building won't instantly, and I even said this in a very cranky comment last Monday, it won't all of a sudden make our test scores better, but it will give us something to look forward to. Sam, I've got a question for you. So you and I spoke in text messages, but I'm curious what happened after the day or two. We're wearing our masks. So
Yeah.
once I haven't seen you since we had the special meeting, and we were being proactive, waiting to hear what the legislative committee said. What's your experience at the high school in terms of percentage in students wearing a mask and staff wearing a mask?
Yeah, I think that the first week we had more students masked, about 50%. Now, as we're getting more into like the normal of mask optional, I would say we have about 30 to 40% of students and staff still wearing masks. And so I think that number will probably continue to decline as we get into warmer weather. But yeah, a little bit less than half, but we still have a fairly decent amount
And
of
you're
students.
wearing yours?
Yes,
Okay.
I'm wearing my mask.
The last thing I want to say, I've already mentioned about the student member of the board. Something else that I'm just saying now, Dr. Couch, that hopefully we can discuss in the future. The same day that I was listening to the Ways and Means Committee on the radio, the person who spoke, the issue that came up after the student member of the board was about AEDs. And I'm curious, I think we need to make sure that all of our schools have them, which I'm thinking we do, that everybody in that school knows where it is, that everybody has access to that, and that everybody knows how to use it. And not something as simple as, well, the nurses know where it is or it's in the nurse's office, because it's possible that an emergency is going to happen at the other end of the building and somebody needs to know. So I just kind of would like a future meeting, just a short report on where we stand with that.
That and also stop the bleed.
Correct. Okay. That's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms.
Oh, go
Go
ahead.
ahead, Dr. Casa.
Go ahead.
Well, there are a couple of things I didn't mention. I'm just sort of wondering, I've been on these Zoom meetings with the Gifted and Talented Committee, and I'm just wondering why we're not inviting citizens to be on that too, because the Excellence and Equity Committee, when we met in person before the pandemic, the citizens who came made really good contributions, I thought, to it. So I'm just wondering why we're not having citizens involved in these two committees, as well as the so-called Citizens Committee. So that was one thing. The other thing is, I mentioned to Dr. Couch after we met with the county commissioners, I sort of hope we're not going to spend money looking into how much it would cost to renovate that middle school. Because I think, from my conversations with some of you, I just thought it was such a dump after I've been there many times, but I've never really seen all of it. And I just think the last thing we should do is try to renovate that school. And I don't know how much it would cost to have a study, but do we have to have a study, Dr. Couch, by law, or, because I think it's a waste of money.
Well, there is a requirement from the IAC to have a feasibility study, although that can be waived, and it just depends upon the overwhelming report that we have with regard to the ed specs. And you can apply for a waiver through the IAC to move forward with replacement versus renovation. So we're not there yet, so I can say definitively we can make that request, but that certainly is a possibility.
Yeah, I didn't know what other board members thought, but I was really shocked by the condition of that school. And I just don't think it can be saved. I didn't even know it was built in 1949. I thought it was newer than that. But some of you are nodding your heads. What do you think?
a comment that I got from one of the community members that was there was that they had never been in the building without students in it, and that the students there were the ones who kind of brightened up the place, and,
Yeah.
and that without the students, you see how kind of not joyful of a
Yeah,
building
grim,
it is,
really grim.
unfortunately. So
That's a good
yeah.
point.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes. Happy Women's History Month. We'll start with that one. I wanted to talk a little bit about the equity work that's been going on with at MABE. We are presenting at our National School Board Association Conference, which will be at the beginning of April. I will be presenting with the equity team on Sunday, April the 2nd, I believe. Sunday, April 3rd will be our presentation, and that conference is in San Diego. After the last board meeting, I did try to do monthly walkthroughs at the schools. I was able to get to the high school, the middle school, Garnett, and Rock Hall. I wasn't able to get to Galena due to a meeting, but when I was there, it was good to see the students moving about the school. You know, I think one of the things that we have to do a better job, I'm not saying we have to do a better job, but it would be nice if we can one day just take a time, one Saturday or one day throughout the week to take times to actually, to your point, Dr. Costa, look at all our buildings, our facilities, take a note, you know, just do a walkthrough. I think that there is space and there's time for that. You know, it gets us to see, you know, the facilities and see some of the, like one of the things that I have been passionate about at the high school and the cafeteria there is so dark. And it's like, that's a huge concern of mine. Why don't we have lighting there? So I think if we get into the buildings and we see, we have a better case, you know, to bring something to the table and really figure out what we can do to support that work. The Black History event at Rock Hall, I heard that was a success, and thank those who were able to come out to support that work on behalf of two of my colleagues there. The meeting with the commissioners, I thought that was a beneficial meeting. We should be doing more of that. One of my colleagues in another district, their board and their commissioners meet quarterly together as a body, not always talking about education, sometimes honoring the successes of our employees and our community children and bridging that gap because we're here to serve all the citizens, both from one side of the table to the other, and want to put that in. Again, want to wish much success to those who were nominated for Teacher of the Year, Support Person of the Year, and Promising Educator. That is an honor within itself. And the conversation tonight in regards to history and education, it really it humbled me because education is something that we shouldn't tarry with or play with. It's something we should really hold precious to our heart. And I've often said that. And just to know how education helped me at a time when I didn't feel, you know, I could push forward in my education, and just the history that Minister Fletcher told us tonight, it really did kind of brought me to tears. The hard work and the struggles that folks had to endure to get our schools to where they are today, and the hard work that we still have left to come. We're not perfect, and we never said we were. But we keep striving each and every day as best we can. And there again, I always say this, there are things we can do more and more. And that's why we're here to listen, reach out, and hear the concerns.
Thank you. Just want to follow up on the meeting with the commissioners last week. I see Commissioner Fithian's in the audience, and I just wanted to thank him, and hopefully he takes it back to the other commissioners to be able to spend some time with us last Monday at the middle school. You know, it was certainly appreciated. I don't think we by any means had any decisions or anything like that. It was really of an open forum and conversation, and I think that started the ball going down that path. And I think we are way ahead of where we would be to decide of pivoting in any direction. But I just want to thank again the county commissioners for being a part of that. The other piece that I wanted to mention to Ms. Sullivan from that, I did hear that comment, and as I was leaving the building, the middle school, I realized that it was the staff and the administrators and the students especially, that was missing. And that was the only thing it seemed like made that school even remotely enjoyable, was knowing that having them in there is what makes it special. When it was night, gloomy, dark, it was terrible. So that was a great call out from that person that was there. Just want to also congratulate the Teachers of the Years and the support staff as well. It's a pretty huge honor to be recognized by your colleagues in your buildings, as well as the administrators and staff of the school system. So I look forward to that event always each year to see that recognition. I think it's really great. I think there's going to be some changes from location and stuff, but I'm looking forward to that as well. And the last thing I wanted to mention, and this is, I guess, just a follow-up. I know, and Dr. Couch, you may not know, but I know that spring sports there were a couple teams that were kind of light. And I just wondered, how we fare at the high school. Are we fielding teams, full teams, or, and it doesn't have to be an answer. You can come back. I'm just curious to see how that, because I know they were having some problems getting some players to sign up, so. And that's all I have. Okay. The next portion of the meeting is the mid-year academic data, and I see Ms. Giacomowitz coming up.
Good evening, President Getz, Dr. Couch, members of the board. Tonight I share with you the middle of the year MAP data. This is a report that we had been asked to bring back to you. We gave the initial assessment in the fall, and during this presentation, we would like to do a comparison of the fall and the spring MAP scores. Oh, there we go. Now, thank you. Okay. As you know, the commitment to give this assessment is a follow-through of the mission and vision of our system. We are committed, particularly in terms of the actions that we take throughout the day, to do such in a collaborative format, focusing both on the equitable opportunities as well as the rigor of curriculum, instruction, and assessment. Oh, boy. I don't know, Mr. Port's sticking. Okay.
Right arrow key. No, it's on my end. I'll advance.
Okay, thank you. This slide is just a reminder of the goals that we set as a system this year. By 2022, the commitment is that students will increase their English language arts proficiency from 31%, which is actually the number from last year, to 41%, and that is levels 4 and 5. And again, just a reminder that the assessment we're discussing tonight is not the state assessment. This is a local universal screener. It is it's called the Measures of Academic Progress, and we are able to look at normed data, but it is not the Maryland state data. And the goal is to move, that we set as a system, is to move a 10% in proficiency. So after reassessing in the fall, after summer learning loss, the scores for the district in ELA were at 30%. And in mathematics, after the fall assessment, the beginning of the year scores were at 14%. And our goal in math was to move from 14 to 30, and ELA from 30 to 41%. We also have a system-wide goal to look at closing the achievement gap, and the gaps are looking at performance across all student groups. One thing that we would like to just bring to your attention is that with this particular assessment, Measures of Academic provides something called a RIT score, which is an achievement scale score. It stands for Roche Unit Scale. And this really measures achievement independent of grade level at equal intervals. And it measures growth over time. So one of the things that we find very helpful at the classroom level is that we can look at student growth. It's more than just looking at that overall score, but really looking at the individual students and seeing are we doing the right things to help each child grow and reach their full potential. So the Roche or the RIT score is very helpful with this. The higher the RIT level, the more achievement. That's the parallel. So what we're trying to show here, you'll see that we've pointed out a sample on the left-hand side, grade 3, and just trying to show you that in the fall, the RIT score, the 50th percentile, was at 186.6. But as a third grader, in the area of reading, it actually increases. So in order to meet a 4 or 5, they have to achieve at a RIT level of 193. So you're seeing they have to increase by quite a few points just to stay where they were in terms of reading achievement. But in 9th grade, look at the difference there. The RIT level begins at 218 in the fall, but in the winter, you'll see much fewer points needed to actually move from one level from the fall to the spring. And what this is really telling us is that the expected growth in the early years is much larger due to the volume of new knowledge that students are gaining at that level. And the expectations are very similar in mathematics as well. So again, just trying to understand the types of information that we get from this assessment. What we'd like to show here are just the comparisons. Again, our district goal is 41% overall, and we're showing you the various student groups. The blue bar graph is showing the scores from the fall, and the red, the scores from the most recent administration in January. So overall, the district performance moved from 30% to 31%, with certain subgroups making a little bit more significant increase than others. But overall, other than the one that we recognize right away is, what are we not doing in the area of really helping our African American students? Why does that seem to remain flat at 14% in the ELA performance? The next slide now tells the story of 3s, 4s, and 5s. So the level 3 is starting at the 41st percentile. And again, if you think about our overall goal that we set, we wanted 41 students meeting levels 4 and 5. It's very hard. There is no direct comparison to how they're going to do on the state assessment. But we do believe that it's probably a closer indicator to look at 4s and 5s. However, as you shared early in the year, we'd like to look at not only 4s and 5s, but 3s, 4s, and 5s as well. So this slide will show that we moved students from 46% of the students to 48%, moving in the right direction in terms of increasing proficiency. And again, you can look across the various student groups, and overall, most groups remained somewhat consistent. However, we saw a nice increase in terms of the African American achievement as well as the Hispanic, a little bit of increase with the female group, and then the males, a slight decrease in that area. So again, all important information. We're looking at each and trying to slice and dice the data in a variety of ways to really understand what is it that we can do to be sure we're helping all students achieve their full potential.
Do you know what's the time span between when the fall numbers were taken and the winter numbers?
We gave the fall assessment, we started it the end of September, and the window remained open, I believe, till like the second week in October, somewhere around there. And then we gave them the middle of the year assessment right after the winter break. So, yeah, and it wasn't like the day after, but it was after the winter break. And schools have autonomy with this. The nice part about it is they kind of figure out their own testing schedule. We have a window set. Wendy Keene, is she in here, has been very instrumental with organizing this, because we also have to be sure that we're giving the teachers the support they need to successfully assess all students. So if that answers the question. Okay. The next slide is a look at it by individual schools, kind of another interesting way to look at the growth and achievement. And again, this is your comparison. Remember the goal being for ELA, we want to reach 41%. And what you might notice is that one school in particular, Rock Hall, actually exceeded that goal.
Say it again. Say it one more time.
I mean, look, hey, we have to celebrate one another and see. So we're a small system, and what we want to really do is learn best practices from one another. So we have been picking, the brain of those that are involved in this to see, as we said earlier with the learning walks, are there things we can do to replicate to be sure that all schools are reaching those same rigorous targets. So congratulations to those that are moving in the right direction, and I do think that is a big celebration to see a school coming off a pandemic and moving as far as 43% at that very high level. The next slide is another way of looking at schools in levels 3, 4, and 5. And again, Galena Elementary School, a very 48 to 46, Garnett 35 to 35, and then for Rock Hall 46 to 56%. Kent County Middle School remained at 50, and Kent County High School saw a slight increase from 64 to 67%. I'm sorry, Bill, may I go? Oh, no, stay on that one. That's perfect. Okay. Excuse me, I should have brought some water up here. This next slide is looking at 4s and 5s by school. The only thing that I want to point out, I know that you can look at this quickly on your own, but just keep in mind that the high school, Ms. Hemstedter's back there, is always a little bit different. So the story of the high school data, I want to make sure that I explain this the right way. In the fall, the students that took the map at the high school level were semester 1, beginning of the year students enrolled in English 10. So it's a little different than comparing, it's not like the other schools where you have all students taking the assessment. The high school is kind of unique in that way. And we can't compare it really to the winter, because what happened in the winter, the data reflects semester 1 end of course data and semester 2 beginning of the course data. So it's more relevant in terms of the school will peel it apart, look at the individual data, and use that for things like their SLOs and their school-wide goals. But you can't really compare the high school fall, if that makes sense, fall to winter. On this slide, once again, we're looking at the English Language Arts map comparison, levels 3, 4, and 5, but this time by grade level. So another way to look at it. You wanted to see it last time when I presented by school and by grade, so that's exactly what this is showing you here. And right away, you can see some grade levels. Grade 3 made significant growth from 32% to 43%. And again, when you see that movement, think about what I shared earlier. As you go up to the grade levels each year, it becomes a little more challenging to see that growth from fall to winter because it takes a lot more to make the leaps. So, yes. All right, and the next slide. This is the first time we're sharing this glance at the data, and I know that you had asked us to really consider how we can examine student growth. So our goal is based on students moving from one level to another. And we put that energy on saying how many students are moving from levels 1 and 2 over to levels 3, 4, and 5. But what you're seeing here is growth within a level. So this is kind of another way to look at the individual growth. So although they still may be remaining in a level 1 performance, the average increase within level 1 was 3.51. So they're still seeing growth within the level, but not enough to bump over to the next level. And that's just another way just to kind of look at the data and witness the growth. And now I know that Nicole Boyce really wanted to be here tonight because there's a lot of pride in the work that our teachers and students are doing in the area of mathematics. This has been an incredible force in terms of commitment from our teachers to the new curriculum that we're using, as well as the professional learning that's happening on a day in and day out basis. But our beginning of the year performance was at 14, and overall as a district, it moved from 14 to 21%. And remember that rigorous goal that we set, 30%. This is inching its way toward that goal, which I think is a really positive thing to share. Again, you can look at the student growth, and what you'll see is that there isn't a single student group where you don't see the data moving in the right direction. Another celebration. Now let's look at the 3s, 4s, and 5s, and you'll see the same thing one more time, only look at the scores of the various groups. This time they moved from 30 to 41%. And again, going across quickly, just at a glance, you can see there was growth within and across each and every student group. The next slide is just giving us a quick glance this time at mathematics achievement by school. Once again, the goal being 30%, and we have an elementary school that crushed the goal, actually meeting it already middle of the year, 33%, performing at levels 4 and 5, the highest level, that's the 60th percentile on a nationally normed assessment. So again, congratulations, and congratulations to all schools in terms of looking at students moving in the right direction. Again, same thing applies to the high school. You can't compare the high school, the fall, and the winter. So we were debating, do we put it on there? We didn't want to make it seem like we weren't sharing the data, but the story with the high school is very different than you can't really fit it in with the other schools, if that makes sense. And here's another way to look at 3s, 4s, and 5s across all school levels. This one now, we are doing the grade level glance, comparing the fall to the winter with the highest percentile. And congratulations, big shout out to grade 7, with 25% of the 7th graders inching their way very close to that 30% goal. And again, growth in all areas across the grade levels. It seems like a little, a much, I think, brighter story when you include your 3s, 4s, and 5s. And 3 is a level of proficiency and something not to be ashamed of. You just want to make sure that at the classroom level, we're using that data and aiming to move to levels 4 and 5. This, once again, shows the increase across, although you may not have crossed from one level to another, there was growth within that grade level, and pretty significant growth. If you look at that, even compared to the ELA, they, in some cases, 3.6 in the area, actually it's almost 3.7 in the area of mathematics within that highest band, which is a hard level to see the growth, level 5. For the next few slides, I just want to acknowledge that we've included a lot of information. So I was going to ask if I may just kind of share the information with you and leave it so that you can go through it at your own pace and leisure, and we'll also post it for the public as well. So I'm going to go kind of rapidly through these next few slides. This is our updated dashboard. This is not new. It just gives you all the information that I went through already, but it puts it on the dashboard, which again, we've agreed we want to keep that data public. The next slide does the same thing, so I took it from the original graphs and we now put it into that same chart format. So you can quickly look at all the student groups, but also see, I know it's a busy chart, but here you get both levels, 4, 5, and then the 3, 4, 5, all at a glance by grade level. And the next slide just shows grades 6, 7, and 8. On the next slide, if you prefer to look at it by school, that's another way. You can just quickly glance over. So we have by school and all student groups across the various schools. So in summary, we wanted to just revisit this to ask if you have any discussion about the goals that we set, any suggestions in terms of any tweaking that may need to be done, or do we continue on our path of keeping that rigorous goal and continue to march forward with using that for our spring achievement? So with that, I'll just take any comments or questions.
Well, I can't believe I've been on this board for 7 years and I only just learned that we don't have homework in the elementary schools. Is that right?
No, we do have homework.
Well, I was talking to a child in 5th grade at Galena. She said never has homework. And then I've heard that it's not equitable to have homework. I mean, what is our homework policy?
So our homework relates to the grade level, and so each grade level, for example, it's 10-minute intervals. So the recommendation is that they have 10-minute intervals of homework. So if you're in third grade, it would be approximately 30 minutes that you would spend on your homework, and it varies. It is within the teacher's control, and there may be days that teachers don't have assignments. And assignments may vary anywhere from review, which is what they should be, so you're not going to give them something at home unrelated to what you've taught in the classroom. But also there are some that carry over. I know some of our teachers and teams that give homework over the course of a week and try to provide flexibility so that they can do it some nights and not other nights. So there is autonomy in terms of our teachers being able to make decisions of what's best for their class and how to approach that. But I'm not aware of a no homework policy. That doesn't exist in our district.
What about requiring 20 minutes of reading every night? I often think schools are so, hung up on testing kids, making sure they did it. You'd never get everybody to do it. But you could, it could be our policy as a district. People move here, the realtor says, in Kent County schools, even kindergartners are reading or being read to for 20 minutes a night. And it adds up to thousands of minutes a year. And I was at Rock Hall and seeing how much reading they're doing. No wonder their scores are higher. Reading is like anything else. You just get better at it when you practice it. So couldn't we have a policy, and in the summer, not suggesting, but really requiring that everybody reads. It's free. You get library books. And kids could write a little bit about, what they're reading. It doesn't have to be something that's graded with a test. Why don't we do those things? I mean, it would make these scores go up. Requiring reading would make a huge difference.
So thank you for asking, and we absolutely agree. Reading matters, and reading is a priority for our district. I'm really proud that we have adopted the system-wide initiative with Scholastic Reading Counts, which it sounds like you may have had a peek at some of the results of that at Rock Hall.
Yeah.
That is a system-wide program, and we not only track the number of books that students read, but I can share with you we have data on the number of words read. And my last glance was a few days ago, and we had over 17 million words as a school system. So there is a lot of pride, and we do set goals in that, but there's room to improve. So I hear you. I think that's something for us to think about.
I think we should start now really thinking about the summer, because there's so much backward slide in the summer. And it really has to do with equity, because well-educated parents are going to make sure their kids are reading. And, low-income kids, and I think a lot of, the poor scores have to do with poverty and low income. If the teacher requires it, and we tell parents that this is what you have to do to be a Kent County student, I think we'd get a lot more engagement from them.
I agree, and I'm so excited that we made the science of reading one of the priorities for the new Maryland Leads grant. I think you're right. In some cases, it's perhaps not having the resources. So just like through the Striving Readers, where we were able to adopt that Raising a Reader program, where we send the books in a bag home with the little ones, perhaps now we'll be able to expand that so we can send some really rich texts home with all students, so we don't have any barriers with that.
I had just a couple questions. How do the teachers feel about where we are? Do they feel like they're on track with the goal that's been set at this point?
This has been a hard year, and our teachers are so committed to the public goal that we have made. I will tell you that the other day I walked into one of our schools, and they were actually like high-fiving. These are the teachers, not the students, high-fiving one another over the growth that their students were making. I think there's a commitment there. There's also just this drive to want to get this right. So we're having a conversation now because there's also the fear, and I heard some of you talk about this earlier in terms of what happens in the spring, because now we're faced with the state testing, which will happen in May, and then we're going to map test after that. So it's back-to-back testing, but both have their, need. There's a need for both. But there's a worry also about how much, as you just heard Dr. Costa say, are we all about testing? When are we doing the teaching? So I think some of that worries us a little bit, perhaps how much testing we're doing. It's just something for us to think about. But yes, I do think there's a sense of urgency. Some of this has really bubbled up conversations that are like, well, why are we not seeing that growth? And others where they're excited to see, what's happening, that it is doable, and they want to keep moving in that direction. I do think our tutoring programs are having a huge impact, particularly on those third grade scores, because some of those friends have had tutors, even in the virtual world, online. They were still continuing that effort with tutoring, so, yeah.
The drops for 7th and 8th grade in ELA, I know that there are some interventions taking place at the middle school to help with that. Could you talk a little bit about that?
I probably can't speak specifically to what may cause a grade level drop, but I do know you're right. I have been in touch with Dr. Holacher, and one of the things that the teachers were asking is, are there more targeted interventions that could be available? What is it that we could be doing to help? But I have to go back to something that Dr. Speary said early on, is when you have a large percentage of your students that aren't meeting with success, you're never going to put a Band-Aid on it through interventions. It comes back to solid Tier 1 instruction. And that's really been the focus. And I think, looking at that dip, there could be a variety of reasons, so I don't want to try to guess what may have caused that, but I will tell you the teachers can tell you, because they have the individual student data, and they can look at that and really tell the story behind.
Thank you.
Are we doing enough to get parents to take some responsibility here for their kids doing, reading at home? I just think there's a limit to how much teachers can do. They only have so much time. And I'd be willing to bet that all the kids who are getting 4s and 5s do some home reading. Am I right?
So I think the fact that we now have 2 new community schools, you're going to see some one-of-a-kind efforts being made to really have what we call parents as partners. In fact, I'm tongue-tied tonight. Flo Terrell recently hosted a meeting at Garnett and did an outstanding job. And one of the things their school community was discussing are ways that we can really support parents. I don't think that it's that parents don't want their children or don't want to help them. It's just the parents nowadays, particularly with little ones, are exhausted trying to juggle everything that's placed upon them, work, home, without the family support, because many of the grandparents are out still working full-time jobs as well. So it's a whole different world, and I think being community schools is going to be significant in terms of closing that gap and finding creative ways to help those families so they can help their students. You're right, it is a shared responsibility.
But I would like to add that just in going to all of the schools, because we were there providing the Teacher of the Year awards, and so we had an opportunity to go into every school after this data was compiled and shared with the schools. And you went into the teachers' lounges and you saw them displaying the data and sharing and high-fiving one another. I witnessed that myself with regard to just the fact that they were feeling like hope and feeling like their rewards were met with the sharing of the data. So, yeah, we had some outstanding developments at some of our schools, but every school showed growth, and I think we should be celebrating that aspect of it, and knowing that we've got to continue on that quest and continue to move our kids forward. But it was definitely a celebration in the schools.
Our elementary, middle school, and high school principals are so data-driven. I mean, I think there's a lot to be proud of in terms of taking this seriously and trying to see what is it we need to do next to break through that barrier. So the commitment is there.
Great. Any additional questions, comments?
Yeah, I'm curious, once again, for areas that seem like there is growth, but it's slow growth, especially our students of color on this document. Dr. Costa had mentioned it to me. Just seeing what we're doing, I'm not saying doing anything different. Would really like to hear, outside of all these fun and cute interventions that we do, what teaching practices are in the classroom. I think we get so wrapped on, let's do this new intervention or this new curriculum or this new thing, but we don't ever go and ask about, okay, what is good teaching looking like today? Because teaching back in 1950 is different from teaching in 1980, which is different from teaching in 2000, which is different from teaching 2022. And I would like to hear that more. I think we just get wrapped up on pushing, but really what does it look like on a day-to-day basis? Especially for us working folk. We can't always get into the schools to see that. So maybe you have a video to model what good instruction looks like so we can see. So we can really see what our children are doing. I think that would be beneficial for us. And I'm glad we're making growth and strides at our schools. But I don't want that to fall on, okay, we made this growth, and so we just expect to keep going. I would like to see that consistent effort, on getting everybody to that place and really tapping in. And I believe that work is going on. But I'm glad that there has been some growth. But I'm really concerned about now some of these groups we're seeing 4% to 4% growth. It's still really low to me. They're not at 5%. So I really want to see that. But I'm glad we really did jump, especially in our mathematics areas. That was one of the stronger ones that I know we were really low on. But really seeing some of that, a deeper dive into the data.
Yeah, I just wanted to remind everybody about the learning walks that we started as well. And that's where they have an opportunity to see good teaching, best practices, and carry it from school to school. What's working well at one school? What does good teaching look like? What are we expecting our teachers to do, and how are they meeting those standards? So those are things that we're doing.
Understandable, but I want us as colleagues, I know what we're doing because I'm in the field, but can Trish have that same interpretation? So I think while you're doing the learning walks, can you bring a learning walk to us? Some kind of demonstration. I don't know how that looks like, but something so we can see, this is what they're doing. I think we get, again, just too wrapped up. But I know it, understand.
Who's the evaluator of, unless we're using just scores as the tool, who evaluates whether good teaching is going on in a classroom or not, using the learning walks you're talking about? Is it the principal? Is it Gina? Is it you?
It's a team.
So each staff member is assigned a dual team. So the principal is the overall evaluator, and then you'll have a district administrator that is also a second evaluator. So you have two staff members that will go in and do observations in the classroom. That's a part of it. And then there's also the SLOs. So each teacher establishes student learning objectives.
What's an SLO?
Student learning objectives. So they establish that based on the data in their class. And so they're also setting their own goals and self-evaluating. But the practices that you're talking about, the actual instruction, would be the building principal and the district administrator.
We talk about interventions with students. What sort of intervention is there for a teacher who during the, and I don't mean at the end of the year when they're getting their evaluation, because by the end of the year, it's too late if something needs to be corrected. Who's doing that?
That's a great question. And
when
so
does that happen?
part of that is just in time with the specialists. So you'll have instructional specialists that will do what we call job embedded coaching. This year, Nicole Boyce, in her role, will do mathematics coaching. Kelly Melvin was introduced this year. Kelly will also support at various levels in English language arts and math. Teachers will actually work together collaboratively. So at times, particularly at the high school level, Ms. Hemstetter can speak to some examples from there, but they will have, for example, Joe Evans may be mentoring another science teacher to support best practices across. So we try to be very strategic in how we support one another based on the expertise that each person can offer. You want to offer the right guidance.
Right. So a little bit of what Mr. Johnson said, I don't in any way want to dismiss the fact that we're making progress, as incremental as it might be. My concern is that it be sustained progress, and that, for example, I can't remember which subject it was, third grade, and then by the time we hit seventh grade, it changed, which is, I know there are a lot of different factors going on when you hit adolescence, 6th and 7th and 8th grade, but they're the same factors that every 7th and 8th grader in the entire state are facing, and we're the ones whose test scores. So I'm hopeful that the improvements we're seeing in MAP are going to be translated into improvement in our state test scores, because again, and we heard it tonight over and over and over again, the only thing people are looking at, well, not the only thing, but I think the primary thing that people are using to grade our school system is exactly that, the test scores. And we may be improving internally, but we're not making any progress statewide. So the improvement we're making, we're still number 23. And number 22, we can't overtake number 22 because number 22 is making its own progress as well. And not to be disrespectful, but I've heard so many different initiatives and practices that we're trying to correct things, and this is not meant to be a slight on our teachers or effort. It's just a head scratcher as why in the world we can't move the needle. And obviously nobody has the answer, or we would have done it by now.
Could I relate to that? Does every student who needs a tutor have one?
That's kind of a loaded question. I mean, every student that needs help in some regard, with regard to what they might need in that particular grade level, does receive some type of help, whether it's intervention, whether it's a tutor, whether it's, there are multiple ways in which you can provide some individual one-on-one help with the students. We've got interventionists in the school. We've got interventions that we allow them for intervention time. We've got tutors. We've got the teacher that is working in a group with other grade level teachers where we're just moving kids around and trying to meet them where they're at. So, so do we have a tutor for every single student? We don't have enough people in this community to provide a tutor to every single student. It's just not possible.
But do we need more?
I think we're always looking for more.
So the other strategy Dr. Couch mentioned is high-impact tutoring. That's going to be part of our Maryland Leads grant. And what the research is showing us is that the most effective tutoring is not one that's happening before or after school, but rather during the school day. So our principals have actually rearranged their master schedules, and they have built in time for support during the school day for students both in the area of English language arts and mathematics.
And that's what we're calling intervention time, support during the school day. I think we've made a lot of use with regard to tutors that are coming in during the school day as well. Sound Partners is another perfect example of where we've trained some of our volunteers to come in and provide one-on-one tutoring. But they're not just working with one student, they're working with multiple students. So we've made a lot of headway in terms of utilizing the talent that we have within our community. We could always use more. I think it's paying off with what we are doing, and I'm like you, Trish, I don't want to put my head in the sand and say, oh, well, we've done everything we can do, we're happy, and we're just going to and hope for the best. I think we're going to continue to look at what's working, look at where we're seeing the progress, seeing, the schools that have made tremendous gains, what are they doing, and can we carry that to other schools? So I think there are a lot of things to celebrate with this data. And I don't want to take away from the positives that that we have realized. And you're right, we've got a brand-new test that's coming, that we're going to be taking. Nobody's taken this test before. We saw the early fall data that we shared in September, and we were not 23 out of 24. We were in the middle of the pack. And that was with everybody around the state. So I think that there's a lot of feeling that we want to see where we're at with this new test that we're taking. And I'm not, I don't want to beat up and take away from all of the effort and the progress that we've made as a school system.
Ms. Giacomones, can you just clarify again, and I don't want to beat a dead horse, but the first test that we measured was October, did you mention?
Correct. So measures of academic progress, we gave it in October, and then we gave it
when
again in January.
Okay, so this board established goals and established percentages that we're all looking at, and to Dr. Couch's point, we're looking at some major growth areas where we have room to grow, right? I didn't hear tonight that the school system or any teacher or any staff member or any administrator was going to stop putting the gas pedal down. I didn't hear that interventions, whether it's personal or whether it's separate, was going to stop. We do have volunteers on the ground. I don't want it to fall short, because the worst thing we can do is beat people up for doing a decent or good job. And it kind of feels like that's what we're doing here tonight.
That's not my intent.
I understand.
Maybe the
I'm
best
not
phrase
finished.
is,
I understand.
I'm cautiously optimistic.
Yes, and so am I. But I think at the end of the day, we've made some great progress. And do we have some lofty goals? Absolutely. Goals should be lofty. But for us to beat people down for doing a damn good job is just crazy to me.
I appreciate you mentioning that.
I don't mean to interrupt. To me, I just don't understand where we've seen the growth, and we're going to sit and go after little stuff where we just came out of a pandemic. And literally, I know people want to dismiss it as, it's just some time off. We just came out of a pandemic and ripped schools. We have ninth graders that are acting like sixth graders. We have 10th graders there are students that need help. And we've moved the needle. And I do reiterate everything that everyone has said about keeping the focus going. I just want to make sure that our staff, our teachers, and our folks, and the students understand that we know they're doing a good job. And will we pivot? I think we've pivoted. In the 7 years that I've been on the board, we've pivoted 100 times. And if MSD comes out with Kerwin or other recommendations or other requirements, we have to abide by them. It's almost like, and I do think we do test too much, but that being said, we're giving the cards that we have to play with, right? So the conversation needs to go upstream, as to what we can or can't do. I just don't want it to fall short that, yes, are there areas that we need to grow on? Absolutely, everyone in my mind, and we shouldn't stop. But I think let's not let it fall short that there's some great progress made here.
I don't think anybody is saying that, Joe, but I'm saying I think more has to be done at home.
I understand, but I think when we keep going after teachers who are stressed, you heard it in one of the teachers' voice tonight, they've got a lot on their plates. We see teachers leaving. I have friends that are teachers in QA. There are 5 of them that are leaving at the end of the school year, and they all have at least 10 years left in their career. And they're changing. They're out. And so, I just want us to be cautious as we move forward. Yes, do we expect great things? Absolutely. Would it be nice to see what it looks like? Absolutely. But I think we have to just be careful, because there are some great numbers here, and we move the needle, and we have to keep it moving. There's nothing more to deflate anyone with their job or what they're doing by telling them, yeah, this is okay, but let's look at all this other stuff. I apologize for erupting. It's just, it's just enough.
I don't know if those comments are directed at me or not, but if they are, I want to defend myself. I think the comment I made was I wanted to see sustained growth, which is the same thing you're saying. We
Absolutely.
want to see it move in the right direction. Again, I'm going to use the words cautiously optimistic. And I don't want to, offend any teacher. I have, I remember Dr. Wheeler saying this a couple superintendents ago. Teaching makes every other profession possible. I totally get that. I'm, again, cautiously optimistic. I'm glad that the numbers are moving in the right place, but 3 months, we're talking about a 3-month period. 6 months, a year and 3 months later, then I really think we throw the party. Again, I don't want to offend anybody, but I'm, like I said, cautiously optimistic. Right. And I support our teachers and our administrators and our instructional assistants, everybody that does anything to support and lift up our kids.
I agree.
Any additional comments, questions? Thank you, Ms. Jackmo.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you all.
The next item on the agenda is the calendar update, April 14th, 2022. Dr. Couch?
Mr. President, members of the board, we talked about a calendar change in order to make up an inclement weather day. So we added March the 14th as the day that we would make up the additional day that we have exceeded. And
April 14th?
what did I say?
Today's March 14th.
Oh, I'm sorry, April the 14th.
13th.
Okay, sorry, I've got it all wrong. April the 13th is the day that we have a half-day or an early release, and 14th is a day that we added as a full day to make up. What the board asked me to do was to go back and look and see whether we could have a half-day release. So what I'm proposing is that we would take April the 13th, make that a full day of instruction, and then make April 14th a half-day dismissal. So in other words, take a early release, move it over to the 14th, add another early release, and then just make it a half-day. This would be a half-day for students, and it would be a day of an opportunity for teachers to get caught up on their work in the classroom. So I'm asking for your approval to make this change to the calendar, making April 13th a full day of instruction, and then April the 14th as a half-day dismissal.
The administration is recommending approval for a full day of instruction on April 13th and half-day dismissal for students on April 14th, 11:30 secondary dismissal, and 12:45 elementary dismissal. Do we have a motion to approve?
I'll make that motion.
We have a motion by Ms. McGee. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Sullivan. Any further comments, questions?
I'll just say I like this compromise. This is spring break essentially for our students, and I think that having that day as a half day is going to help families that have maybe made plans for that time. So I think it's a good compromise.
Thank you. Any further comments, questions? Okay, we have a motion and we have a second. We'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is policy JKA, bullying, harassment, or intimidation and procedure update. And I see Ms. Williams at the podium.
Good evening, President Getz, board members, Dr. Couch.
Good evening.
Yes, bringing to you, this is for information tonight. So really the purpose of this is twofold. We have currently an existing policy for bullying, harassment, or intimidation. We don't currently have a procedure. So twofold in that basically what we did was we took created a new procedure with, policy, which is really just the purpose, some definitions, and kind of a general statement, and that general statement lets you know which pieces and parts are in the actual procedure. Okay, so you can see that basically, I'm going to talk more about the procedure tonight, and that is coming from new guidance that's come out from MSDE. You can see that came to us in December. And basically the request was, can you take this to your boards by March of this school year so that we can get it in place and ready to roll for the next school year? So I just wanted to, I thought that this was a nice PowerPoint because it's very visual, so I'm not going to read through this, but it'll kind of give you an idea. So what you'll see is, these are the pieces and the parts that we needed to navigate through and include in our procedure. There are a few changes. One in language, you can see the basic change is changing the word victim to targeted student. So that will change throughout the policy and the procedure. And then the definitions, and I'm not going to sit here and read those, but you can see that anything that's on the blue side is old language. Anything that's on is in red is new language. So while our procedure and our policy both have more than just these 4 that I'm showing, these are the only definitions that were updated. Okay? So again, I just thought that was a nice visual. In terms of the reporting form, also a nice visual here. What you'll see in terms of the actual reporting form that students or parents or anybody really that has anybody has access to the reporting form. So the main change on those forms really came in section 5, and you can see that anything in red is a change. In terms of hold on. There we go. Okay. In terms of the investigation form, so anytime a bullying form comes in, 9 times out of 10, it's either going to go to your administrator or it's going to go to your school counselor. It's going to make its way, however, to the school administrator, because the administrator is the person that has to do the investigation. So big changes that you're going to see, again, you can see that the name is moved from alleged victim to alleged targeted student or students. And then you will see that in section 4, it's really just, you can see on the top is old language, on the bottom is new language. It's really just much more focused for the administrator, which I like. It's a little more user-friendly. Oh my gosh. Button keeps getting stuck, sorry. Okay. Then, again, you can see in this section, which is really mirroring, the section 5 is really mirroring what you see on section 5 of the reporting form. So that's what you see there. Section 6, which is different, the big change here really is, instead of calling it corrective actions, it's being changed to the outcome of the investigation. Okay. There we go. In the old form, it was really the actions, the interventions, and the supports were all under one section. And so in this new investigation form, it's really separated those out into the outcome, the interventions and/or supports for the offender. And you can see that any new language in there is really more about restorative approaches, and then any interventions or supports for the targeted student. And again, you'll see more restorative and counseling and mental health pieces. So I just thought that was a nice visual so that you could actually see where some of these changes were coming from. Finally, again, anything that you see on the procedure that's in red that you have on board docs is where the changes are. Anything that's out or crossed out is, I mean, it's still there, so you can see that that's where we changed the language. And again, the policy is actually, it's new. A lot of the language is not new, but it's a new policy. So this time it's for information. I'll come back. If there's any questions in the meantime, let me know so I can sort of work on those before we come back for approval next month.
Great. Are there any questions at the moment? It is for information only?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Actually,
Please.
I do have
Yes.
one question. And obviously, the targeted student's name can't be completely anonymous, otherwise you couldn't investigate it. But I guess, want to make sure that there are as many safeguards as possible to protect that student's anonymity from the rest of the school community.
Yeah.
Because I would guess that bullying is like most things, it's underreported, and trying to eliminate as many obstacles to reporting as possible. I
Right.
think shielding and protecting the targeted student has to be paramount.
Right.
Because you can't take corrective action if you don't have documentation that
Right.
something happened.
Right.
And you can't have documentation unless somebody reports it, and people won't report unless they know they're going to be protected.
Right. And it's interesting that you say that. You're right, because, you know, for the most part, you try very hard as an administrator to keep those names to yourself, because you're not trying to make a bigger issue. However, at some point, and again, it's kind of a judgment call, you have to make a decision. You know, if I'm going to do I have to decide, is mediation the best course of action? And if it is, at some point, these kids are going to have to know, you know, you're going to have to open it up a little bit. But it's, you know, you have to be very tactful. Sometimes it's all about the approach. You know, it's not necessarily what you say, but it's how you say it. And so, you know, we are told to be careful up front. You know, you never promise that that the names won't be divulged, but you do everything that you can to make sure that students are protected. And at the end of the day, what I find is that many times, and not all of the time, but many times, that some of these situations go back and forth, and it's a bigger story than you thought it was. And it's not always one-sided, and 99% of it can be cleared up with good communication.
Any additional comments? This was for information only. Ms. Williams, thank you so much.
Thank
We
you.
appreciate it. The next item on the agenda is Special Education Restraint Seclusion Procedure 600-88. I see Dr. Keene is on her way.
Good evening, President Getz, members of the board, Dr. Couch. I just wanted to share that this procedure is actually for all students within Kent County Public Schools, and it's to outline the continuum of positive behavior intervention strategies and supports to address the student behaviors in school settings that focus on building restorative practices and discipline prior to using more restrictive approaches such as seclusion and restraint. So the changes that have been made to this policy are some in the definitions, along with outlining and separating the seclusion and restraint, separating that so you can see a clearer picture of exactly when those practices could be used within Kent County Public Schools. Did you have any questions? And of course, restraint or seclusion would be the very last resort that would ever be used to handle a situation.
What staff members would be responsible for?
So staff members that could potentially restrain or seclude a child would have to go through training. So it's not just behavioral training, but it is, we use CPI, Crisis Prevention Institute, and we do have a trainer that is through our school system. It is actually Mr. Hushin. He is still our trainer for the next 2 years, or a year and a half, I believe. And they also, all of our staff have to go through trauma training and first aid training with that.
Thank you.
And this is only for students who receive special education
No,
services?
this is for all students within Kent County Public Schools.
Okay. The only reason I ask is because it says special education restraint/seclusion procedure.
So there are sections that have been added to clarify that if it is included in the IEP, parents must, under parent choice law, must give us permission, so that is outlined as well in this policy.
Thanks for the clarification.
Okay, this item was for informational purposes only. Are there any additional comments or questions? Hearing none. Dr. Keene, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate it. The next item on the agenda is graduation time. I see Ms. Hempstetter coming forward. Yeah, time.
Good evening again. I'm here this evening just to propose the graduation ceremony time. We had talked about this at last board meeting, and then we wanted to send out a survey to our parents and our families and our students for the time of graduation. So we were able to do that. So we would like to propose the following, that KCHS class of 2022 graduation date of Friday, June 3rd, 2022 be at 5 p.m., with the rain date still being Saturday, June 4th, 2022 at 10 o'clock a.m. The KCHS administration surveyed 2022 graduating families. As of today, we had 91 responses. The proposed times were 5 o'clock p.m., 5:30 p.m., and 6 p.m. 62.6% out of the 91 responses chose the graduation time to be at 5 o'clock. 28.6% chose the graduation time to be at 6 p.m., and 8.8% chose for the graduation time to be at 5:30. So the administration recommends approval for the KCHS class of 2022 graduation time to be Friday, June 3rd at 5 p.m. I did, just really quickly before we go to a vote, I offered comments, and I just want to publicly kind of just go over some of those comments just so that everybody is aware. We had 5 comments asking why graduation could not be in the morning, like at 10 o'clock or during the day. So I want to clarify that last year, we were able to have it during the day because we were on virtual schooling at that time. So that day on Friday is a school day, and we have our staff that are there, so they are not able to provide the support and the help needed in order to do that graduation during the day. And then those were the only comments we had. I think comments said 5 p.m. would be great because families can still do dinner after or family parties also, and parents are taking off work that day. The biggest concern is the sunset interfering with people's vision during the graduation ceremony. And we would hope that there would be a screen so that people who are seated in the stadium can see their graduates. I am flexible for time. If there is a preference that accommodates parents who cannot get off work, then I would prefer their preference to be prioritized. And we did have a comment about they were disappointed it's not on Saturday. But that was it.
Thank you, Ms.
Any
Simpson.
questions?
Would the rain date still be outside, or would that be inside on a Saturday morning?
No, we're still, we would do the rain date on Saturday at 10 outside.
Well, you might not know this yet, but I'll ask Dr. Couch also. Will we have the opportunity maybe to live stream it like we did last year?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it will be live streamed.
Yes.
That's great. Okay.
Any additional comments, questions? Just a comment thanking you for the survey being sent out. Appreciate that. The administration is recommending the approval of the KCHS class of 2022 graduation time to be Friday, June 3rd, 2022 at 5 p.m. Do we have a motion to approve?
I make that motion.
We have a motion by Ms. McGee. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Johnson. Any further comments or questions? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes. Thank you, Ms. Hempstead.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. The next item on the agenda is the expenditures and revenue report. Ms. Stewart?
Good evening, Dr. Couch, members of the board, President Getz. So tonight we're going to go over the revenue and expenditure report as of February 28, 2022. As you will see here, for Fund 1, we received about $22.7 million, for capital projects, $719,000, and our food service, $715,000, to bring us to a total as of February 28th, sorry for my typo, $24,201,567.71. We go further into our Fund 1, which is our current expense. We have expended about 79% of the funds for school construction. This tells you just an overview of what we have expended so far in school construction with continual construction with Galena. We have Rock Hall, the central office parking lot, the roof replacement, and the track. And just as a note, this is all reimbursable costs, so that's why you see the negatives. Food service fund, we've expended about 74% to date, and the restricted funds, which is about 33% of what we have expended. As you will note, restricted funds is also, we have to expend up front and then get reimbursed for those expenditures. And then the last page is just a quick overview of our revenue and expenditures as of February 28th. Any questions?
Any questions regarding the expense report and revenue report? Thank you, Ms. Stewart.
Anytime.
That was for information only. The next item on the agenda is the superintendent's budget.
Okay. This is our preliminary budget. As you know, we were waiting for quite some time to get some definitive information from the state regarding our budget. Just to let you know, there still is some disagreement over maintenance of effort, so that still has not been decided at this point in time. So we're operating right now with this budget based on the best possible information that we have at this time. I'm going to let Ms. Stewart talk about this slide.
So this slide, as you will see, is our review of estimated revenues for fiscal year 2023. There is a potential decrease in maintenance of effort of about $433,846. You will also see the next slide that will give you an overview, so I can explain that further there. But pretty much for fiscal year 23, it's the greater of maintenance of effort or local share. So our local share currently is at $17,412,877, which is less than our MOE. We received last year for 22 about $18.5 million, so it's the greater of. So essentially what they have allotted, I'll show that on the next slide, is about 18 million, but it is $433,000 less than what is expected from last year. And it is based on that passing of the Senate Bill 640, because if it does pass, then we would essentially be held harmless. Overall, there is a net increase in state aid of $887,695, but you would note when I show you on the next slide that when it comes to state aid, essentially they did give us a lot of increase in the foundation. However, pretty much there was just different names tied to the same amount. So we really don't realize the $1 million increase that you would see in foundation, because some of those revenues names have changed, and I will show you that as well. Net increase in other revenue is $768,392. This is the combination of our increase in fund balance from fiscal year 22 to fiscal year 23, as well as a decrease in aging schools, and I pretty much took what aging schools was this year, which was about $38,000, and I keep that the same going forward. I'm not sure, I will have to double check. I want to say we still can carry over aging schools, but we're anticipating to use majority of our aging schools, so that's why that is not noted in there. And decrease in federal sources, if you note the retiree drug subsidy program, we no longer are in that, so that is a $71,000 decrease for a net increase in revenue, $1,151,241.
Yeah, and I would just note that one of the projects that we're using aging schools for is the radio station. So just kind of FYI.
So this, I know you probably can't see closely, but I can explain it to you. So you will see at the top, we'll go over, that is our county revenue. And as you'll see, the anticipated fiscal year 23 local appropriation amount is about 18.1 million. So that is that decrease. If they hold us harmless, we will get the 18.5 that we have for fiscal year 22 to get to 23. Just for your notation purposes, I did itemize the local share requirements. And essentially what is going to be different for us going forward, we have to report on every single revenue source that we have received. So that's why that is itemized there for local share with the career ladder, foundation, college and career readiness, compensatory education, English learners, special education, transitional supplemental instruction, and pre-kindergarten. That came to 17.4 million. However, like I said, it is the greater of with our MOE or local share, and where we're standing at is the MOE is greater in our situation. If you come down to the next section, that's all of our state revenue, and you take a closer look at it, you will see that last year we got the Blueprint Maryland's Future, there was the supplemental pre-K, TSI, declining enrollment, disabled transportation, decline enrollment, those hold harmless funds we are not going to be receiving this year. I will say, and the teacher salary incentive, that's not going to be received this year. I will want to let you all know that concentration of poverty and transitional supplemental instruction, that is actually not listed on here because we have placed that with restricted funds because there's certain requirements for that funding. So that's why it's not in, we are going to be receiving it, but it's not in our general local revenue. As you will see, foundation, there's about a $975,000 increase. But note, for example, the Blueprint Transition Grant, that's about $1.5 million. If you go down, we used to receive a supplemental grant, that's $1.3 million. So basically, you can see what I'm saying is there is a wash, just a new name. So we're not really realizing additional $1 million. College and career readiness, those that I've highlighted in this light blue are new funding sources that we received. There was an increase in transportation. This regional cost differences is the same thing as GCI. So there is we're not realizing anything that's, unfortunately, any new revenue. So this is where we are standing, where we're on the state side. If you come down to other revenue, you will note where I was saying with aging schools, where it was last year to this year, there was a decrease. And then what we have, our prior year fund balance, which was a $775,000 increase. However, when you net all of that together, if we are not held harmless, that cuts into substantially our budget for fiscal year 23.
Can I just ask on this, the last slide, the bottom, the total operating budget request, was that a slight typo? Because I was sitting over here puzzling my head at 90. Not that slide though. The revenue breakdown. Had you already gotten there? That slide, yeah.
Is there a typo where?
At the bottom, very bottom,
The 95
the operating
million.
budget request at 95,007,000.
Yes, that is a typo. I am sorry.
I was looking for the, and I was like, wait.
Wait a minute.
I will have that updated when we have our superintendent, but that is a huge typo.
So the overview of our estimated expenditures for '23, this is where we noted these are things that we have to count on with regard to our budget. Our estimated increase in salaries, of course, this is pending our negotiations. We're expecting $760,858. This would also be an increase in salaries with our new positions as well. So that's where that is expected. The estimated FICA, which is our increase for the salaries, is $77,714. And that, a lot of times we talk about that as our fixed costs. Our healthcare increase, we'll talk about this in a further slide, but we're expecting our healthcare to go up, and it will be to the tune of $146,884. The retirement increase, again, is about $70,000, and you heard Ms. Stewart talk about the decrease in capital outlay of $6,699. And the estimated necessary budget increases, you want to talk about what that is? I've forgotten.
That one is 35,000 is for the ed spec that will have to be done for the 8th grade academy, and then 50,000 for the anticipated increased operational costs.
We'll talk about that in a further slide. And then, of course, the net increase for '23, the expenditures is $1,133,757. And this is the breakdown of what we talked about. The '23 estimated salary increases pending negotiations. We're still negotiating with our unions, and so that's pending. We're adding one of our techs from 10-month to 12-month. We're adding 10 contractual days to our guidance counselors at the high school. We're moving 2 grant positions to the local budget. One of them was through the blueprint, and now that's as one lump sum. It was essentially restricted amount that was dedicated to that particular position. Now it's included in with all of the blueprint funding. And the other grant position would be our communication specialist. Adding a teacher for the deaf and hard of hearing. And then in order to balance our budget, looking at where we've lost students and where we can be mindful of where we can cut positions. We're anticipating reducing 6 teaching positions, and it would be through attrition and retirements, as we talked about at our last month's meeting. FICA increase, you'll see that. The healthcare increase that we talked about on the prior slide is about a 4% increase in healthcare costs. The retirement increase, the estimated amount based on increases from prior year.
What exactly cost is involved with retirement? Is that
So with retirement, that deals with each sector's pension. So there is teacher pension we got to pay to the state.
Okay. And then the other budget increases are, we're probably going to have to do an ed specs for the Kent County High School, particularly if we look at moving the 8th grade academy. We're doing the study to see if that's even possible. If we do make that decision, we're going to have to put some money aside because we'll have to go through the same process. It's a requirement from the IAC that you have an ed specs document that you have in place that you can file with the IAC. And then we're proposing that we increase operational costs by $50,000, just simply because we're seeing an increase in our utilities. And we feel that that is sound budgeting in terms of planning ahead.
So what I'm seeing here on this expenditures, there's not much wiggle room, I'm assuming.
No.
So, okay.
As a matter of fact, in order for us to even get close to balancing our budget, we have to look at some of our reduction in staffing. If we don't do that, there's no way possible that we could even be within striking distance of coming up with a balanced budget.
How does one, this is just, I know I'm not, I understand it, I completely get it. How do we justify adding positions and at the same time reducing positions within a year?
Yeah, I think we try to look at our overall strategic plan in terms of what is important for us as a district and what we feel is going to support the work of the district as a whole. And then some of those positions are positions that we have to add based on our IEPs and based on the needs of our students. So I think, it's a matter of requirements of the blueprint. One of those positions, the grant positions, is a requirement of the blueprint, so we have to have that in the budget. There's no ifs, ands, or buts.
Yeah.
So, and I think, looking at the support, we ask our principals and we ask our departments to tell us what they need in terms of making their lives easier or meeting the needs of our students. We've got one-to-one devices for all of our students, and so that requires a lot of support that we need during the summer in terms of repairing those devices, and adding another tech for the summer months is important. We added one tech last year. We would like to add a second one so that there would be 3 individuals that are working throughout the summer to address the needs that we have with our devices.
When you said staff reduction, are you talking about above the 6 from attrition?
No,
Okay, so
just
nobody, we're not looking at firing, or, you know what I mean?
No.
Nobody that's currently employed would lose their job?
No.
Okay.
No, we would look at positions as we see people that resign or retire, we would look to see whether that position is needed, or can we move people around to address
I gotcha.
some of the reductions that we would propose. This is just kind of an overview of Senate Bill 640. I talked about that during my superintendent's report. This is the maintenance of effort bill that we're waiting to see whether it passes or not. This holds a LEA harmless, and it essentially says that the local educational agency is held harmless with regard to maintenance of effort with county government. So whatever we saw in maintenance of effort for this year would be what we would see next year. As you saw in an earlier slide, just to go back up, if you look at what is proposed by MSDE right now, we would see a loss of $433,000, 846 through maintenance of effort, and that's what we're currently looking at. But if Senate Bill 640 passes, then we would see the same amount. You would not see that reduction, and this budget that we're proposing, we would be able to balance our budget and have about $113,000 extra with regard to, any other additional positions that we may need, or any other, requirements. I know that Dr. Costa talked about, whether we could look at adding stipends at some of our schools for gifted and talented.
I really think we should do that. Let's find the money to do that. We've been talking about it for years, and a lot of parents want that.
Right. So that kind of gives you the 2 scenarios that we have. If it doesn't pass, we've got 2 choices. We have gone before the county commissioners and we've asked for additional funding. So this would tell you that we would need to ask for 330. Is that 330 or 320? I can't.
320.
320. We'd have to ask for additional $320,000. They are looking at giving us $443 less. We would make a case for saying we need $330,000, $320,000 in order to balance our budget. And if we don't get that and Senate Bill 640 doesn't pass, then we're going to have to reduce our budget by another $320,000. So it's not, it's not without some pain that we might be suffering here. And the majority of our budget is allocated to salaries. You'll note that, we aren't asking for a lot of fluff. A lot of it is salary increases. I would remind everyone that with Kerwin, we have a responsibility to provide a 10% increase to our teachers. And then we also have to increase the beginning teacher salary up to $60,000. And
By
so
when?
By 2024 or 25? 2026? Okay. We have until 2024 in order to meet the 10% increase. So we've got one more year to be able to do that, but we've got a few years before we have to meet the $60,000 minimum. But I think that every bit that we improve the teacher salary is going to get us that much closer to the $60,000.
And it'll help us recruit.
Yes.
More people go into teaching.
Absolutely. So questions, concerns?
So, I know this is still preliminary, but your ask to the county commissioners will be
The 320.
the 320. And that consistent to, on top of where we were for last year, or back to the one?
It actually
18.
saves them, because right now, that would be 100,000, little bit, about 113,000 less than what they're paying us now.
Okay.
Or that, what we are paid with maintenance of effort. So it still would be a savings to them, but it would be an increase based on what is in current law with maintenance of effort. Now, like I said, if Senate bill passes, that will be the law. And so that will be a requirement, which means that they would have to give us the $443,000, which would mean we would be to the tune of $113,000 in the black.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions, concerns?
Any other questions?
Yeah. Now, where are we with our budget calendar? Now it's March. Do we have any work sessions coming up to just, or anything like
Yeah,
that? don't know
I
where
mean,
we're at.
we didn't have we had a work session scheduled for the end of February, but we didn't have that work session because we weren't ready to present what we have now. We don't have a lot of fluff in this budget. We can certainly have another work session at the end of this month, or we can present what we have, planned in April. We're going to have to be at a point where we're going to have to adopt the budget. So, we could certainly have it. I know we have a CAC meeting the end of this month. We could certainly have a budget work session directly after the CAC meeting.
That was what the plan was going to be in February,
Right,
so.
right.
We don't have anything this week. I thought I had something on my calendar.
I had the date of Monday, March 28th, where we did schedule the KCPS budget workshop, where we had that time slotted.
Right, that was tentatively. So my question to you is, do we want to move forward with another meeting in terms of talking about the budget? It's,
Are we going to find, hopefully, we'll
I
have
mean-
some additional information
right,
by then, no?
we
From the
might,
state or
we
local?
might. It's crossover, you have to, all the bills have to cross over by March the 21st.
Well, could we tentatively set it for the 28th? And if,
Yeah.
after next week or whatever, you can say there really isn't anything new to share, and then we can publicly say we won't be having that meeting or we will be having that meeting.
Yeah.
And we can schedule it for after the CAC, which initially was the plan for
Right.
February.
And what I would say is we balance our budget based on the ask for the county. That's what we're gonna have to do, in terms of, we cannot turn in a budget that's not balanced.
Right.
Well, we're required by law to do that,
Yes.
right?
Absolutely.
Can we, in the process, just also vet what the stipend would look like? I know we're talking, stipends, but for the gifted and talented, just to see what that would look like. I don't know what that'll add. I don't think it'll, I don't know.
It won't be a huge amount, but certainly we can look at that.
At the 3 elementary schools, right?
Yes.
I think it'd be money well spent.
So I'll have to add that in
That'll
there.
just give us a number, right?
Yeah.
And then we can go from there.
Why just the elementary schools?
Well, because the middle school has STEM and, the high school has
The advanced
AP
Clark
honors
courses, the
there.
AP courses.
So I'm just going to throw this out. I'm looking over at Sam. Hasn't that been a criticism that we're not doing enough at the high school for our advanced students?
Yeah, I think that especially for STEM students, I think that once we get to a certain level within the high school, those APs dwindle down and you don't really have as many options for those honors courses. So then we kind of look at our dual credit courses at Chesapeake College and stuff like that and getting those, challenging curriculum through there. But I think that a big problem as well is not starting APs sooner. I think that, I had to kind of fight for an AP sophomore year, and I know that now we're offering computer science sophomore year, AP computer science. So I think that that's a big thing too, is for students who, possibly don't want to explore tech pathway for them to jump right into AP or even.
Well, it kind of leaves the ninth graders hanging there with nothing to do for a year, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So,
I have
mean,
nothing against having.
No, I just wanted explanation for myself as to why we were limiting it just to the elementary schools. Now, I could understand if you said, well, it's a cost thing, but it sounds like you were thinking there was another reason.
Well, really, it is a cost.
Okay. But,
I think the priority should be to develop something by second grade or so, second through.
yeah, but I don't disagree, but there's the whole equity question too. Now, we can make the hard decision afterwards, but there's nothing wrong with asking Dr. Couch to see what it would look like with all 5 schools and what it would look like with just the 3 elementary schools.
I think that's a good idea.
Yeah, I
Okay.
agree with that.
Would that be a matter when we put it into budget, if we go that route? Would that something that have to be negotiated upon as well?
Yes,
With the union.
yes, I mean, because it's definitely, it's extra
Yeah,
pay
and
for.
and it's
extra duty for
always
extra pay.
possible that someone doesn't want to do that,
Right.
That's the other side of the
probably
coin.
most
having-
people wouldn't wanna do that.
Having funding and then finding somebody to fill the position.
Yeah,
So,
that's the other thing, but definitely would have to be negotiated. So we need to get our heads together and look and see what is being paid for similar positions, if you
Yeah.
will, and then it would need to be negotiated. So we can definitely put it in our budget, but understand that it would absolutely have to be negotiated. And if we can't come to agreement, then the position
Sure,
doesn't
yeah,
get
I
filled.
just think it would be helpful at least for us to know what it
Yeah.
looked like in dollars and cents.
Yeah.
And maybe when, new elementary teachers are hired between now and the beginning of school next year, maybe they could look for some people who would be interested in this sort of thing.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, this portion of the meeting was information only. Are there any additional questions at this time?
I just wanted to acknowledge Stuart's efforts in the budget. It has not been easy because the numbers keep changing. And believe me, they've changed a lot in the last month. So to finally get to this point where we can actually put something on paper is a huge step forward.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is Policy CC, the Administrative Organizational Plan.
You have before you the final reading of Policy CC. This is the Administrative Organizational Plan. It's essentially our organizational chart, and there were a couple of pieces that were missing, so we added those into the chart, and we're asking for your approval.
Okay, the administration is recommending approval of the revision to the Board Policy CC Administrative Organizational Plan. Do we have a motion to do so?
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
And I hope I'm not speaking out of turn, but we talked about adding a position.
We'd have to bring it back when and if we get that
Okay, so
position.
that was my question was going to be, was it in this organizational chart?
No.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that,
Yeah.
okay.
Well, one thing that you'll find with an organizational chart is it constantly changes.
Okay, I just wanted to make
Yeah.
sure that,
Always.
Always, yeah.
okay.
But we will definitely have to be mindful of any new positions. And just like with the grant, with the Maryland Leads grant, if we get that grant and we add additional positions, guess what? We're going to have to bring back
Okay.
the organizational chart again.
Right.
It's just going to, I hope we have space to put all the things in there that we have to.
Okay. This is an action item. Administration is recommending approval of the revision to Board Policy CC Administrative Organizational Plan. Do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
We have a motion by Dr. Costa. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Johnson. Any further comments, questions? Hearing none? Oh,
I was
please.
just going to say, just publicly, for anybody who might be listening, according to the notation, the organizational chart includes the new position that was added, the community specialist communications, and the fact that infants and toddlers were arbitrarily left off the chart when we approved it in August. Just, we can get that out there.
We have a motion and we have a second. Any additional comments? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is the second public participation. Ms. Manley? We do not have any
Bill, you
participants.
don't want-
The notification of the next meeting, the next meeting of the Board of Education of Kent County is tentatively scheduled for March 28th, time to be determined. That meeting will be held here at the administrative building in the boardroom, and I will state the address here in a moment.
That's a budget work session.
That is a budget work session. The next Board of Education meeting will be held on April 11th, 2022, beginning at 5:30 PM with the open session. Open session will be immediately followed by the board members going into closed session. The open session will resume at 6:30 PM. Both meetings will be located here at the administrative building in the boardroom at 5608 Boundary Avenue, Rock Hall, Maryland, 21661. The last item on the agenda, the administration is recommending approval to adjourn the meeting.
I move that we adjourn.
We have a motion by Mr. Johnson. Do we have a second?
Before we go, I just want to do another reminder that the Citizens Advisory Committee meeting is on the 28th at 5:30.
March the 28th.
March the 28th.
March
thank you.
28th at 5:30 is a Citizen Advisory Committee. We have a
Open
motion.
to the public.
Open to the public. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second by Ms. Sullivan. Any further comments, questions? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes.